My wristbands. No, I left them somewhere else. I'll find them when we get gaming. Should I get my hoodie? I'll get my hoodie in a second. When someone claims first. Maybe no one will claim first. Maybe I'll sit here, drifting on some strange beats for several hours. Like a person who knows how to float in a pool. I can't float in pools, my legs are too heavy. I can get my torso to float, but my legs are too much. So maybe as I get older and atrophy, I'll be able to float in pools. You know, for all those pools that I go to. Hey Kakazi, Watto and welcome, how you doing? I'm very impressed that even with all the research that I do, even with all the nonsense, there are still games in Steam Next Fest I'm finding that I didn't know about. I do love that. No, I was just nattering. I would say, like, if it just ends up being you and me today, or just me by myself, like, I think I'll just float on, like, a pool of vibes, and then I commented on the fact that I can't actually float. Like, some people, they can get themselves, like, you know, enough air in their lungs, and they can kind of calm that they can just float on water, which is very cool. I can't do that. Right? I keep thinking about this one place I went to. It was, one of the, I think they're called McMinimans. They're not like a chain of hotels, but they're all interlinked. I forget what the connection is. But the one down in Portland has a soaking pool that's like, it's kind of like jacuzzi heat, but it's the size of a big pool. It's lovely. Right? Honestly, I'll probably just settle for soaking in the tub by myself and reading my book. But yeah, I hope you're doing splendid. I absolutely passed the fuck out yesterday, so I have no tales or stories to impress and dazzle you with. I was so tired I made mac and cheese and fell asleep. Legend first. I should be more of a first, but first. Let me update the boards. God, yeah. Ooh, so Legend. To update the boards, you are now tied with Vert and Flo with 2. Nova is ahead with 3, but there's a whole half a month to go. And Nick, what and welcome. Averick just floated the idea of Placid Plastic Duck Simulator IRL. That sounds pretty damn good. Except for the ducks that have, like, you know, missile launchers and shit on them. I'm not quite ready to get shelled by my inflatables. But yeah, I'm just having a coffee, skimming through the bizarrities and hidden gems of Steam Next Fest. The kind of games that I don't want to stream, but I will definitely want to play. It's not kink if it's a war crime. Wizard Swatto and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. I got a whole ass cafetiere. I got my cup. It's Kirby. He knows what the fuck is up. Is that what Dan Jones is known for now? Dive bombing into a jacuzzi full of rubber ducks? We don't war crime king shame. Touche. Touche. My favorite war crime is pamphlets from the sky. Yeah. Well, so Kakashi, I was looking into that for funsies. It turns out there's this whole thing with people who own Jeeps where they put rubber ducks on them. So I started looking at like how many rubber ducks can one buy industrially. By the way, it's a lot. And then I ended up going down this whole rabbit hole of like weird Jeep culture. I don't know. I was starting to kind of like scratch at the sides of it and realized I don't want to be here anymore. Like, is Jeep culture like pineapple culture for like straight married couples? I don't know, and I don't want to know. The straights are not okay. Oh, but yeah. I have no nonsense to regale you with, friends. I literally made mac and cheese and tendies last night, fell asleep, and even finished both. I didn't even finish my tendies. Conked right the fuck out. And I've just been sipping coffee, answering messages and emails and whatnot, and yeah, as I said, just skimming through the stuff of Steam Next Fest that I somehow missed on my deep dives and weren't ones that I was looking to stream. And there's a few bangers, you know? Now we're at the tail end of Steam Next Fest. If you start looking at the homepage, you'll get a much better curated list of things to go into. It's actually kind of interesting that it's better to do Steam Next Fest as a consumer on the Thursday and Friday than it is to do it on the Monday, Tuesday. Which says the bar near me that does a Gouda mac and cheese. Fried nuggets? Woof. That sounds real good. If you didn't grow up in the UK or Canada, you may not have seen like these like PSA government ads. There were so many of them about like fried food and how it'll fucking kill you that I realized as a 40-year-old adult, I'm hesitant. I saw a way to do like a tempura-esque blooming onion today, because I've never had a blooming onion. I thought that it was a joke for a long time, and then during a particular season of The Boys, I joked about that I can't believe they got the blooming onion in, and someone was like, no, Will, blooming onions are real. Oh, J-Post, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Just, start rehearsing your I Told You So dance now. Because you don't want to have to improvise it on the spot. Will, blooming onions are real, Overguard. Yes. And I saw, there's a couple of, like, cooking channels I follow over on TikTok. And one of them was how to do a blooming onion, but with more of like a tempura style batter. And I was like, fuck, that's cool. And as soon as it got to filling this huge pot with vegetable oil to fry it, some deep-seated fear was unlocked within me. And I'm like, I've never been burnt by heated oil. I've never had a bad experience. So why am I... Oh, propaganda. Well, not propaganda, but, you know, government conditioning. I have been conditioned by the British government to be afraid of frying things in oil. Numbers, what and welcome. Come on in. Same with shell suits, but every time I bring up shell suits on like a Friday Night of Thieves, the amount of time it then takes to explain a shell suit is longer than the rest of the story. Fear the old fryer. Numbers, me too. And I hope you're doing splendid. But yeah, as I said, I've got no super duper stories. I'm having this weird phenomenon, which, like, either I've watched so much Bob's Burgers, that I have forgotten episodes, and thus do not believe they exist, or I have reached a point where I've left it on to sleep so many times that there are like little snippets that I've missed, and I'm having this moment where I'm half asleep, half awake, and I look at the telly, and I'm like, I don't recognize that. And I can't tell if I'm in or out of my own noggin at that point. Oh, well, numbers. That's real good of you. As someone whose entire existence was saved by a homie with a couch. Good on you. Sorry, I was trying to find a clever way to say that's a very good thing that you are doing. Sorry. Didn't mean it to sound as patronizing as it came out. Huh. Yeah, apparently you can announce that you've been on a watch streak. Huh. I just like the fact that your little bits badge and name kind of have like a cool, like, everything in purple vibe going on. But jumping back. So Nick, the thing I noticed was that, like, there haven't been any big superstars this Next Fest, and with it dropping so close between Silksong and Battlefield 6, the major players are on a completely different setup. I have noticed some breakaway... I have noticed titles doing well, but not like, oh my god. Kimball, Watto, and welcome. The introduction of reviews to demos does seem to be having a positive effect. And again, like, the whole... Hey!
70.
Kimball, heckin' thank you. And I hope you're doing splendid. We're seeing both the positives and negatives of the not democratization. Is that the right word? The fact that Steam's kind of a quasi-open platform now. Well, so Nick, what I was noticing this morning while I was having my coffee is that now it's been going for a few days. We are starting to see, like, the gems rise. Honestly, like, the best day for consumers to hit Steam Next Fest is Friday. The best day for... And is it going through the weekend? Hang on, I want to scroll up because I'm deep in the paint. Like, game creators need to go hard from day one. But for consumers, like, they can wait until Friday. Mental Monk, Watto, and welcome. I have been noticing a lot of games saying, like, I don't know, we don't use AI art, but we did AI code, as if that's somehow better. That has been amusing me. I can't believe we've managed to find something that is worse and lazier than I'll just Google the solution and copy-paste what the other person used, which is a completely acceptable way of game creation. You know? Yeah, Nick, why doesn't your turn-based deck builder run at 120 FPS? What the farts, man? Dice, Watto, and welcome. Exactly, Stack Overflow exists for a reason, but... You know, we already talked about the asbestos problem. There isn't... We don't need to spend every day, you know, lamenting the dog shite, when we could be talking about the dog pile. Oh, hang on, I
saw a documentary on ships. It was riveting.
Friends, this is Dogpile. I just want to show you this. The demo's on Next Fest. It's coming out, and it's basically the Match Fruits games, but with adorable, hilarious cartoon dogs. But you can also play these chaos cards that mix things up. Like... let's fucking go. Yeah, it's a dog-like builder. It's a dog builder. Wizardos, essentially. I mean, right now, I saw a fucking, I saw a pitch for a title that's basically like, what was it, G-Cops? G-Force? No, that's the Guinea Pigs one. It was a PlayStation era game where you played like a police attack copter in like a sci-fi future that had a surprisingly dedicated following, but dropped off as FPS has kind of became more and more ubiquitous. A few of those dogfighting games were kind of the halfway house. I saw a spiritual successor to that. I've seen a spiritual successor to Parasite Eve. Like, right now, being able to identify an experience and where it lacks is a hugely powerful move. So, Wizardos, I don't like putting just An Balatro on top of something. But the fruit matching game that I can never pronounce properly is good, but ultimately it's one of those games that you just play until it ends. Right now, users want things that go beyond plus ultra. And we've seen with a lot of and roguelike, but you can add and deck building or and, you know, persistent narrative or what have you. You know, there's a lot of these games that have a core gameplay loop that people really, really enjoy, but would like more game. Basically, Hades added a story to a Diablo roguelike. What can you add a story to? What can you add an additional element? Wheeler, I can summon you. You know? How are you doing, mate? The amount of TikTok ads I'm getting for Chainsaw Man cinematic release is not fair. And Caffeine Water would welcome. I will say, though, I am going to try and drag as many people... If we get a US release for the next Hathaway Flash movie, I am going to try and drag as many people as I can. We're going to a cinema and we are getting fucking twisted. We are pre-gaming. Because I was trying to show... It wasn't intentionally. I put it on to sleep and Little Fire woke up, but Hathaway's Flash, the movie, the Gundam one, is not a good movie. It's gorgeous. The animation quality is through the roof. But it is... I don't know, it's like a college student's attempt at a, you know, an early Tom Clancy novel, but with psychics. And no, I didn't. Wheeler's saying that the Crunchyroll put the entire first season Chainsaw Man on YouTube for free. Give it a watch, friends. Because someone said that Jujutsu Kaisen is shonen horror. Chainsaw Man is shonen comedy horror. And I highly recommend it. Because one, it's quite a short season. It is packed with things to look into and reference, but it's not going to eat up your entire life. Huh. Wheeler was saying that Demon Slayer. I only got it from the Infinity Castle because I was about to be like, Nintendo DS? Just past Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon as the highest grossing box office in North America for a foreign film. Lovely. That means it outdid Parasite. Not that I'd want to go see Parasite in the cinema with the homies. That's not one you're like, hey, who wants to go get turned and see a movie about, like, the effect that greed and wealth can have and how the tables can turn so quickly. Fucking woo! Oh, Kimball, just pack a hip flask for that one. I love the fact that Tron Ares has done worse than Morbius. And yet Jared Leto can still get work. Friends, never question your skill. Never question your ability. Never question yourself. If Jared Leto can still get in movies, you're doing fucking great. Alright? Don't look at the failure of Morbius. Look at the continuation of the Leto. Walk into your day with the unearned confidence of Jared Leto going into another movie. Probably. Wheeler, I'm just waiting for it all to come out. And Shaunerus, I know it wasn't me that recommended Dress Up Darling, because the whole point of that is she does scantily clad cosplay photography, and he makes traditional outfits for tiny Japanese dolls. I'm not saying it's bad, but that's definitely not one on the wholesomeometer. Scotty's still riding on that Joker money. Fucking right! A Little Fire and I were talking about this when we did the Spirit Halloween trip, that, like, toxic relationship Harley is still the most prevalent merch you can get, despite that being the worst variant of Harley Quinn throughout all her different iterations. Yeah, numbers, you can create anime that is simultaneously wholesome and horny. It is not an impossibility. But if one was looking to avoid the horny, I wouldn't recommend Dress Up Darling. I would, however, recommend Nyan of the Living Cat. Also, there's a cockerel battle anime coming up, which I know nothing about other than it has the introduction of Fist of the North Star, but chicken? I may need that in my life. I don't know. I've been off the anime kicker this season because my money was on what is it? The trash anime, Garakashaka, or however you say it. And once it got into standard shonen mode, I found my interest just seeped out of my pools. Obviously, Nyan of Living Dead is phenomenal, but I'm trying to get Little Fire through Jujutsu Kaisen, which he's been really enjoying, just so that when the movie drops, we can go see it. We're still at the Gojo boyfriend arc, as I like to call it, the Gojo beach episode arc. So we haven't even got to Shibuya yet. So Mega Boss Watto, and welcome. Yeah, and Shaunerus, I love the bit. But then again, I'm a Gintama fan, so I love it when a show plays the dumbest joke deadpan serious funny. I love it. So yeah, Nyan of the Living Dead is perfect. Megaboss, bold of you to assume I didn't pick it up immediately as it came out. I didn't end up playing it last night because I literally did pass the fuck out. Like, we finished the stream, I kind of wobbled on my feet, made mac and cheese, didn't finish it, and fell the fuck asleep. Yeah, I don't know what that is, Scotty, but I guess you get to tell everybody that you've been watching for 3 streams in a row. Cool. Imagine if bars did that. Well, I guess it's the same as coming into the bartender being like, hey, 3rd night in a row. Like, I don't know if I should be encouraging you. I don't know if I should be asking if everything's okay. Rumor has it the stream's alive. Oh, was that either Caffeine or Nova? I have the best mods. Yeah, thank you, Caffeine. Yeah, but again, Wheeler, I like that. I still think the 2 best episodes, well, the 2 best bits of Gintama.
All systems nominal.
Time for a notification that matters, Lal.
Exactly. 65 months, no less. And Scotty, you missed me talking about shell suits earlier. I was trying to explain to folks that we basically got conditioned by the British government to be afraid of making fried food at home. I might have to see if there's a way to do blooming onions in the air fryer. TLDR, I found a Japanese guy doing like a tempura style blooming onion, and I kind of want to try it. But as soon as it got to the part of the recipe where he filled up like a pot with oil to fry it, I had like a visceral reaction. And I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, it might have to be a small onion. But no, Scotty and everybody, thank you. You know, we are in the strangest and weirdest of times, and I hope that I can give you all a break from it here to talk about games, nonsense, and otherwise. You know? Right? Well, the other thing that was reminded of was doing like a Hawaiian sweet roll sheet bake, which I might want to try, which I do want to try as well. So you get like a pack of Hawaiian sweet rolls, slice the whole thing through, then, you know, sauce, meat, cheese, but rather than, you put the whole thing in the fucking oven and then sheet bake it. And when it's done, you pull them off like sliders. God. But yeah, so anyway, I hope you're all doing splendid. I wish I had more. Excuse me. Well, no, I don't wish I had more stories, because stories usually come from chaos in my
I
life.
bought a gun from a T-Rex. He was a small arms dealer.
Bravo! A mental monkey went on a spree. But yeah, right now, for keeping the brain spiders at bay, I've got Dungeon Crawler Cole. I've got my Arena Breakout if I'm sitting here, or now Ball X Pit if I'm trying to lie down. Oh yeah, so genres, I've seen some of those, but like in the UK and Canada, we got these PSAs from the government, and some of them were horrifying. And the ones that apparently have just wormed their way into my consciousness are the ones about shell suits at bonfire night and deep frying things. Yeah. And I don't know. My only critique of it is that in the UK there is pretty strict rules on what you're allowed to put on TV, unless you're making a PSA, and then you're, I guess, allowed to emotionally fucking scar people. And I always resent that kind of like governmental hypocrisy when it comes to art. Like, you can't say it, but I can say it because it's for your own good. Like, fuck off. Yeah, Charlie says, stay the fuck away from the cooker. Charlie says, don't juggle that handgun. Like, every now and then, Scotty, I'll just have one of my playlists playing, and it'll get back to some, like, classic Prodigy, and it'll do the Charlie Says sample, and I'll have, like, a little twitch. The Slurry Pit. Now, the one I think we got shown in school, not onto telly, was about grain silos. Which, like, if you grew up rural, there's a non-zero chance you're near a silo, right? And the difference between dying in a silo and not is panicking. Like, you all know this, but like, with those kind of like shifting substances, if you just stay still, you don't sink. But if you freak out and try and scramble up, it all shifts, you go down, and you get crushed and die. It's a bad time. But I got shown that shit in primary school. Yeah. Mental Monk, it might have been. I was at the tail end, because they stopped doing the Charlie Says ads at the end of the 80s, and they a few of them bled over. I'm like, again, it's one of those things of like, I don't resent its existence. I just resent that, you know, as an artistic creative, you are not allowed to create similar things in a similar environment. Like, you couldn't make that in a movie and put it on TV at the same time as those ads are running. Anyway, no one needs to come with me on that opinion quest. We didn't have the DARE program. We were all promised a lot of people offering us free drugs all the time. And it turns out that no, none of them were free. And not that I have ever purchased or consumed illegal substances, but I've heard they're expensive. Can't have the plebeians thinking with themselves. No, we can't. Oh. Yeah, no one's giving out free drugs at Halloween either. Like, if you went to a place that was giving out free edibles, they would be very clear about it. Oh, just while we're in Bantermancy mode, before we get started proper, I just want to show you this. This game is called Summit Drive, a game by Luke Kim demo, which I like that that's its full name, a game by Luke Kim. Somebody made basically EnviroBear 2, but you're trying to drive up a mountain. Like, check this out. That's so wild. The fact that there was a DARE game where, like, you were a Uzi-wielding guy and ninjas were trying to give you drugs, I think? I was very drunk when I finally played the DARE arcade game. And it amuses me greatly that it didn't exist. So I've been thinking about one thing, though. Right now is probably the best time for any company to start considering making advertising games. Because I was thinking about it, and naming no names, because I don't want to be a dick. Oh, sorry, this is just other Steam demos I was just kind of skimming through. It's that thing of, like, check to see if something has AI art before adding it to wishlist. Fucking cool spot. Sorry, Shauna has mentioned, like, the old cool spot on the SNES. Yes, though that one always amuses me greatly because, like, it has never been confirmed, but rumor has it that allegedly a lot of people got a lot of brown paper bags, brown paper envelopes to give Cool Spot very good reviews back in the day. But yeah, was those like sneaking, like Chex Quest, things like that. Because one thing that has been identified, and that is that video games seem to have far more of a transitory property than any other kind of medium right now. More so than film and television, video games seem to be hitting people across multiple regions, even regions that wouldn't usually have kind of like the same kind of cross-pollination, especially between like English language territories and China, Indonesia, even like, you know, Russia and places like that, which it shouldn't be, but it is. You know, the Russian gaming community have been running around their government for years and will continue to do so. But the thing that struck me with some of these discussions was, and again, I'm not trying to make every stream a, you know, fuck generative AI conversation, but there have been some interesting discussions about the people who jumped on the bandwagon to use it for advertising and marketing and how it backfired something fierce. you know, generative AI in marketing is currently the same as like clip art on a pop-up ad. It is an indicator to a user that they are probably jumping into some kind of scam. And one of the things that it makes me feel a little crazy that we're one of the few groups that discusses this properly is like the value of authenticity as marketing. Now, this is a wanky way of saying like, hey, you're more likely to hear about something from somebody that you, I wouldn't say trust, but somebody whose opinion hits a similar beat. If I tell you about a video game on this Twitch.television, that is something you're more likely to actually look at than, say, a weird pre-roll YouTube ad that was generated out of nightmares. Yeah, and PVS, it is worse, but I'm trying not to focus on that part. You know, we now have identifiable evidence that using generative AI in marketing is bad. And Shaunerus, that is very, very true. And I don't think we've... Okay, we have, but I don't think the gaming industry as a whole has sat down and talked about just how borderless a lot of projects are. Now, if your goal is to make people know about your game, know about your product, your concept, your idea, if you can create a game where the experience of it doesn't suck, even if it is wildly product placement, wildly advertising. Hey, Kestrel, Watto and welcome. Coming in. In theory, you could create something that would go global and show off your product. Danny Red! And when you think about how many dev teams and work-for-hire studios really need the work right now, comparable to what it would cost to do an international, like, marketing campaign.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Okay, Kestrel, you called your raid a tiny raid,
sub.
but that is not a tiny sub. That is 84 months. God, if it were a child, it would be able to form words. Horrifying. Yeah. Well, Kestrel, how was your stream? What were you up to? And friends, I have been really bad about shouting out the homies. Friends, Kestrel has been streaming for a gajillion years. I believe longer than me. And is a consistent person what get up in the morning. So if my nonsense strikes you as a little too late in your time zone, give Kestrel a follow. Oh, we cool. They're playing Terraria with Pokey and Stooge. Squad. Well, so Jonorous, I was pondering that, and the bit when it clicked this morning while I was making coffee was the realization that most of that tracking is being done by boxed copies. There was a thing that was out like last week, the week before, that says most gamers only buy 2 games a year. Everybody else, if you buy more than 2 games a year, you're weird and strange.
84 months is exactly 7 years.
Jesus.
That sub is in grade school.
Jesus. So yeah, it's been 7 years since we won the war in triplicate. Fucking hell. I'll drink to that. And Numbers, thank you for the bits, mate. And I realized that a larger portion of data we have that tracks sales is only guessing when it comes to digital sales, or is talking about Mabage. And Mabage stuff is quite geo-targeted, right? PC games aren't geo-targeted. Not in the same way. Yeah, Mental Monk, I just gotta keep it going for 3 more years. Boy howdy. Well, okay, so Chunarus, I don't want to throw Game Pass into this, but it was just the fact of like that whole thing about users only buying 2 games a year was in that was in discussion about like user purchasing habits in North America, right? And I realized it was based on boxed copies, right? It's not taking into consideration digital, mobile, all of those kind of things. A lot of the purchasing tracking agencies and the ilk do not have actionable data. We don't have data on how many copies a game sells on Steam. We have vagaries, right? Even though we use the box letter method when calculating roughly how well a game has done. And that is like a social deduction rather than a accurate assessment. That's something that says if you have 10 reviews, that means you sold, what was it, like 200-300 copies, right? So it's based on user engagement, but users are anything if not assholes. Well, exactly, Kestrel, exactly. And yes, most people who still buy boxed video games will buy Call of Duty and FIFA, and that is what they purchase, and that's fine. But to think of it as the only way in which games are making money, when we know that GTA 5, for example, makes insane amounts of cash. The fact that they're even calculating the amount of gaming done based on single purchases and not purchases within existing ecosystems, i.e., I might hate Roblox, but Roblox and Fortnite isn't just one game. It's one game in the sense of it's one EXE, but it's multiple titles within a space. And Shaunerus, that's the thing. Like, if we're talking about boxed copies in games, then we're talking about very, very specific regions of North America, where there's a combination of like so-so internet, but also, you know, major retail stores. So numbers, usually when a game is doing well, if the publisher is owned by, or is publicly traded, they'll want to say like, this game has done great, because they want to show that they do good, stock go up. Or if they're just happy about it, like Megabonk selling 1 million copies. If we made a game where a skateboarding skeleton can 3D vampire survive their way around, we'd want to fucking shout about it. But they could also turn around and say, we've sold 1 squillion copies. And there'd be no way to fact check that other than by going, I'm not sure, mate. I'm not sure. You know? When it comes to digital purchases, if it's within an existing title, like, we only get the data we're told about, you know? Kaimus says they found a producer job that you need making a game in Roblox for. Oh my god. I mean, right now, unless you are at a managerial state, unless you're at a point where you're the one choosing what you're going to make, like, I'm not going to judge anybody. You know, if you have to take a job making Roblox games in the games industry right now, fucking do it. Don't hesitate. I heard tale of a friendo who was interviewing for a role for 3 months before they said, actually, nah. 3 months. Shit is fucking wild right now. But, and that was my point, is Nick mentioned it when we were playing Abiotic Factor, of how there's this race to the bottom when it comes to how much we're paying devs. And that's... That's sad, but it's the truth of what is happening in specific regions of the world, alright? Now that does mean that it's never been more affordable to commission a team to make something if you're in a large company environment. So, you know, right now there are a lot of advertising companies that could take the money that they're just burning on bullshit pre-rolls and make something like Sneaking. Oh yes, Megabonk. Skating Skeleton doing Vampire Survivors. Yeah. Dice is currently doing an art test for a slots company. Yeah. I know some homies that worked on that kind of stuff, like art-wise. You know. To quote Megaran, you can't help your community if you can't pay your bills. There are levels of evil, but right now, just get what you can grab. Yeah, Ball X Pit, it's that good. It's that fucking good. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to get like preachy again. I see this opportunity, you know what I mean? And the thing about Sneaking is it's ridiculous. But it's so fascinating because it's ended up being something that stood the test of time. We still talk about it. It's so ridiculous, it's brilliant. You know, it went from being a lol, isn't it funny, Burger King made a game, to, wait, they made a stealth game where you sneak up on people and give them a hamburger. It's persisted. It's Pepsi Man, right? And Kestrel, I guess it is a horror game, but you are the horror. Chex Quest, for fuck's sake, yeah. Like, I don't know. I don't think there's anyone who wields gigantic marketing budgets who frequents our corner of the internet. If any of them did, sorry, before I got started today, I was doing my usual TikTok scroll, and again, I'm a big fan of Chet Falazek, who was writer on Portal and Left 4 Dead and a bunch of stuff, did the Anacrusis, hell, even sponsored us to play the Anacrusis for a few weeks, which again, I will always be very grateful for. And Chet was talking about how one of the guys over, some business wanker, was talking about the EA acquisition and what they should do next. And his idea was take Apex Legends and Battlefield 6 and like one other FPS game that EA's making and smush them all into one shooter to make a Squillion. And I'm just like, because if you've spent any time in video games properly, you know that those games don't mash together. Like, that's basically the Quake 3 Arena. The Apex players would dunk on everybody else because they have fucking parkour, and that's neither here nor there. His thinking is that, well, they're all FPSs, so just smush them together. You know? I find that the amount of common sense that can be easily obtained and easily wielded, and is often ignored, like, I don't know, does one have to be a fucking asshole to reach the point where one can make those sorts of decisions? We already know the answer to that, but it's just that anyway, maybe someone else will hit upon this knowledge. Maybe something that we know from here will leak out onto other spaces where people have the budgets to make something happen. But yeah, right now, commissioning a games team to make a tie-in title is a fucking power play. And whoever stumbles upon it, whoever does it first is going to make bank. God. I mean, shit, I'm just scrolling down. I just saw the Chicken Run Extraction. Vampire Survivor like, where you play as the Quizno creature and fire sandwiches people. Yes, but you don't fire sandwiches at people, you fire pieces of sandwich. So rather than looking for a fusion system like Vampire Survivors, you're looking for a sandwich combo. If you get all the pieces of a meatball sub that come together for a much more powerful attack. See? It writes itself! We love you, subs. We love you, Quizno subs. I'm actually more of a big BLT kind of guy, but yeah. You picking up what I'm putting down? Wait, you not hear about the extraction? Let me show you. Because it's movie stuff, there's no way I am unmuting this. But yeah, this is a real game being created. Do you get to watch the commercial if you win or lose? If I was actually doing it as a pitch, so if we were actually doing a Quiznos subs like, a Quiznos subs Vampire Survivors like, what I would do is popsicle stick reenactments of the originals. Because what you want is, you want something that is unique to the title, but is still selling the product, right? Yeah, well, so Scotty, in that regard, the licensing thing has kind of shifted in a weird way. Like, I know you're joking, like, a kart racer for all our different, like, characters and commercials and whatnot, but I mean, Fortnite's kind of set a precedence now. It's a buyer's market if you have a successful game and somebody else has an IP. Yeah, and genres, like, stuff like that. But the thing is... Sorry, not the thing is, because that sounded like I was going to put a negative one. Yes, and. Right now, there are some very, very incredibly talented game creators who are out of work and hungry. You know, this isn't like back in the day where we'd be predominantly looking at like first-time teams or kind of like low-quality, fast turnaround teams for like tie-in and cash-in titles. Nah, like we're looking at some good shit. And like if you could weaponize that and use it to sell your product, our video game homies can get paid and they can eat, and everybody can learn about Quizno subs. I don't know, it's just... Sorry, bear with me just a second. Oh, genres, that would be fucking funny. Especially if that title was actually good. I don't know. Look, I'm not saying that I want every homie to have to work on advertising video games, right? I just... something that can keep people going between now and whatever then is, right? I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Everything happens far too much. Okay. And yeah, Wizardos, if we have to consume advertisement, it should at least not be an unpleasant experience. The idea of getting to... You know what, and I just want my homies to be able to continue making games. Like, look, we're still in the churn. The churn hasn't finished, right? And it's not going to be done for a while. There was a post yesterday that was doing the rounds, which was an individual saying that, you know, they shouldn't have to move overseas to work in video games. Now, I grew up on the philosophy that if you wanted to work in video games, you had to consider it to be quasi-migratory work. Like, if you wanted to work at the big studios, you'd have to move to the US, right? That used to be the thing. Or Japan, as long as you spoke Japanese. Now, the world has turned, and it's no longer you move to the US, you move to Europe, right? You move to Japan. Or China, if you speak Chinese. Or Mandarin. And there are a lot of folks who won't be able to move out of the US anytime soon. And the US games industry will recover. I shouldn't say recover. It will metamorphosize into whatever it becomes. Because the amount of people still buying games in the US is pretty fucking high, right? But until it's able to get to that point, you know... Moose, and I think it's... The individual in question is also based out of San Francisco. And the remote work... Alright, I'm just going to be dead honest with this. And I'm not saying it's good, I'm just saying it is the state. Remote work changes one thing, and that is estimation of cost of living is not taken into consideration. Right? If you take a remote job will offer you X amount of money. That is just what they are offering. It doesn't matter if you are in budget nowhere or if you are in the most expensive city in the United States. So I've seen a lot of individuals who are lamenting that they're being offered significantly less in terms of pay. But that's because they're not being offered a California wage or a San Francisco wage. They're being offered a remote wage. And Kindball, they certainly should. But it's, I mean, Kindball, so it's like the difference between like what you need to survive in Newcastle versus London. You know? Atlantis is the most expensive city in the UK due to Get out. And then please come back. And yeah, Favor 6, they've added a new little bonus mode. You get some extra mead points out of it. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friend. A very prolific friendo of mine is a big fan of cool, weird games, but has not been checking them to see if they are riddled. Anyway, friends, I'm sorry. I said I wasn't going to get preachy, and then I did. I'm so sorry. We're going to be playing Hell Is Us today. Working on however the heck we're going to get that. I think we're on the key of grief. No, the key of terror. Heck knows what we're going to find in there. Well, so PVS, multiple things are true. The US games industry is going through a violent metamorphosis, and I want all of my homies to be able to continue to do the jobs they're fucking good at and live. My homies also need to wake the fuck up. That, no, you're not going to be getting a senior San Franciscoian wage from a remote job. If you want to continue to work at the level and style you are accustomed to, you may have to move to Poland. You know, you may have to move to a part of the world which has the budget and the affordability to continue to make games in the way you've been making them. Yeah, Favor 6, there's been a bunch of them. The one that's pissed me off is a game that even has Junji Ito's name on it. That is riddled with AI. So far as they laid off like a chunk of their artists to replace them. And I'm just like, there's something so insulting about that. Yeah, and Moose, I don't want my homies to have to move. Like, I'm in Seattle. Seattle isn't cheap, alright? I spend, current calculation, I spend about 70% of my paycheck on covering this place. I.e., what comes in from Twitch at the end of each month. But this is where I live, and this is also where I do this, which is how I justify it. Right? I would not be able to do this job in LA, California, San Francisco, right? Jumping back, Edwin played Ties of Tomorrow off of my playthrough yesterday. Why did you break the bridge, Will? It costs money to build bridges! Oh, I think that's it. I think that's the feeling that game's trying to evoke.
I appreciate the mods warning us about the person messaging greetings to everyone. A good mod is always on high alert.
That's terrible. Thank you. No, I've been here the entire time. How does he spell Junji Ito?
I like to think about how the sun was shining.
Sorry, bear with me a second. I don't mind the streaks in terms of bonuses, but I wonder if I can turn that off, because if any of you all just said something between the Junji Ito question and other ones, it is chonked. Oh shit, I left it on special events. I meant to leave it on just chatting. Good at math. Good at math. Alright, well, I was at least talking about Steam Next Fest, so I don't feel too bad. Anyway, let's get some video games going. Oh no, Chaunerus, they're showing up for me. They're definitely clogging up the wheels, you know what I mean? Okay. All right. Let's get scratching. Oh, way cool. Wizardos was just saying they found a Junji Ito coloring book at their local. I like the fact that you can get the Uzumaki Master Collection in most bookstores, just to make sure that everyone finds out there's a hole just for them.
Turtles, our four reptilian heroes, have overcome the arch villain Shredder.
Mental Monk, heckin' thank you. I don't know if it's still doing the 5 spree discount or what have you, but regardless, thank you. You managed to get Commander Squeaks, you got Verdant Tash, Ruined versus Runetta, Raise Miria, and Zeman! I will always refuse to say numbers in a username, partially because I always assume that someone has added those numbers because they couldn't get the username they wanted, but also because it makes me laugh. Okay. Hang on, and do let me know how the audio is, friends. Because that was the only thing that was really difficult with yesterday, is there was a couple of games where even if I crunked it, y'all couldn't hear, which was very frustrating. Okay. Ah, yes, I was working towards these upper locker puzzles. Hopefully, the switches have already been flicked. Otherwise, this may take a second. Alright, know where you are. Not going to step on the trap and spike my feeties. Okay, so yeah, I've got 2 of these switches left to go. Numbers catching strays all the time. Feckin' yo. Hang on, I'm bloody freezing. Let me get my my hoodie. Happy babies. Let me get my hoodie, get my wristbands. Get comfy. Oh. So I guess that was the other thing is, I meant to ask while we were talking about stuff, but I got distracted talking about, you know, making games as a form of advertising, as a way to help keep American game devs going while we deal with the suck. Has there been anything that I haven't mentioned that's really sprung out to you from Steam Next Fest? Because so far as I can tell, a lot of games have been doing very, very well. It's just hard right now to see who. Kind of obsessed with Town City. I don't understand why. Huh. Hang on, let me move it over here. Because that was the other thing that I did notice from Next Fest yesterday, is I had to kind of like whap a few people with a spoon and be like, no, we're not doing requests. You know, I kind of feel like a DJ with a carefully chosen set. No, I'm not playing the chicken song. Fuck off. Wait and Bleed is already on the playlist. Don't ask again. Town to City. Oh no, I get this. This looks real feckin' cute. Oh, I think I saw some YouTubian nonsense on this. Can you play Baby Shark? Play Freebird! At least when we did the underground racing tunes, you lot have taste. You know what I mean? Okay. Do a barrel roll. Sorry. Someone started not an argument, but one of those like pedantic bait posts in Discord, and it's raging on ever still. Which is where do you draw the line between power armor and a mech? And personally, I'm one of those folks that I try to avoid those kind of bait posts whenever possible, because they're very easy to get pulled into. You know, my example was like, when is a coat a tent? Like, you can argue that every tent is a coat if you really want to, but shamanistically, we understand the point at which one stops being the other. Not a generalist, not yet. And Numbers, I am aware of Escape from Duckov, which I think is kind of fascinating. It's a more hilarious Zero Sevent. Yeah, well, so Scotty, it's more like it's one of those ones where there's no definitive answer. Thus, it's perfect for. Hang on, did I stand on this one? No? Alright, find a different one. It's perfect for kind of like a baiting nerds into a long, drawn-out, predacted argument. Coat versus tent is what you have a stake in. But someone mentioned the Jaegers from Pacific Rim, which procced my well actually. Because the Jaegers from Pacific Rim are controlled with your mind, not with your limbs. They're not controlled by physical movement, they're controlled by your noggin. And the movements that the people are doing are more feedback with reaction rather than the thing that moves the mech. Nerd! But it was just, I forget who posted it, but they literally started with, hey, this is an argument that's been tearing my other Discord apart. I'm like, cool, thanks. I love that. Here's a thing that's been causing a bunch of shit. Do you all want to talk about it? But, I mean, I'm not fussed by it, right? I don't think we need to get rid of it. You know, if you think that's heated, you know, the amount of times we had to... Alright, I think this is one of them, because I had to do a drop down and sprint. Yeah, so let's drop down. No, yeah. Oh, yeah, so Wizardos, this is Lord Calcium Dronio. This is my little guy. He can hover. He can turn my light off and on. He can do cool powers. And he can sit on my shoulder. It's the best technology that 1993 has to offer. Oh, I fucked up.
How to ruin a fan base, Mad Cat or Timberwolf?
I mean, some of us would go feral on that one, that's for sure. Alright, I remember how to do this. That was it. So I need to drop in on that side and head down. Okay. No, so numbers, it's not so much that. Like, because here's the thing, like, this is something that's been raging in mech circles for a squillion years, right? What's really interesting is, like, with Battletech, the control schemes have changed over the years. And it's changed from, like, brain control to, like, standard, like, control schemes. Hell, pants were lost tech for a long time. In Gundam, the Rocket Fist was a long... The Rocket Fist was a long-worn piece of, like, angry fanbait. And hell, getting onto are the mechs and Evangelion mechs used to be a huge mess. Aren't they just controlled kaiju? And like, I'm not fussed by it, right? But what I will say is that I do enjoy one element of these kinds of discussions is that you get to learn how much people know about giant robot shit. Like, how much stuff they've actually engaged with. Yeah. And, I mean, there are some folks for whom, you know, arguing about video game stuff is the best way to spend an afternoon. That's not my style, and you know. Alright, I just need to get... Oh yeah, the snake was what we were working on last week. Well, so Wizardos, that's one of those ones. Oh god, if I had time. If I had time, I would love to do like a deep dive show on giant robot design, but also take into account the history, because the Big O is kind of funny. Now, if we're talking about the kind of like neo-noir super robot, but with real robot design, fuck yeah. If we're talking about the Gundam villain mech, also fuck yeah. Because what's fascinating about the Gundam mech, right, is that... Can I get across from here? Or am I just gonna stack it and drop? Okay. What's fascinating about the Gundam mech is it was a real surprise when it was first shown back in, I want to say Z Gundam. It was Z, not double Z. And it looks like a big, chunking, heavy mech, but it was designed for space combat. It also had, like, fucking surprise knives and shit, beginning a long tradition of mechs in Gundam that had, like, a gimmick, a surprise. The Owen Gundam has 2 additional arms with 2 additional swords, well, beam sabers, in the, like, battle skirt armor. And also, despite looking like it's going to move like a brick, it zips around at, like, ridiculous speeds because it's in space. It also has this weird kind of like pointed head design. I've got a painted version over there, but and Dustin, I might do that. Deus and I were working on a YouTube series which was going to talk about, you know, Gundams and their influence and what they did. Alright, is this the right one? it is. Parkour! Fuck.
Obviously, you didn't die. Concentrate and start over.
Yeah, I forgot. So, Kestrel, what this does is that when you look at your menu or when you die, the first time after loading a save for a while, it does the effect again. Gundamned if you do, gundamned if you don't. Yeah. But the one of the folks that we wanted to work with on the subject of that Gundam show was a bit of an asshole, and we never went back to it. You know, there are a few shows online that are like, this is the version yada yada yada. It did this thing in the story, and I'm like, that's fine. I don't hate it. It's just, you know. Excuse me. Oh. No, so Wizardos, Big O is one show, right? The O is a specific Gundam villain mech. That's where it all kind of gets to be a bit wibbly wobbly. Okay, now just get my drugs ready. Fuck. Paying for my hubris. Unholy Glee, essentially. And the thing is like, Gundam discussions are kind of like Battletech discussions in that they weren't really going off of anything. So the inspiration for a lot of these robots came from an original place. A lot of thing of like, what I would call like second wave mech anime and stuff was drawing from Gundam and Evangelion without understanding their origins, you know? Things are better now. Like, occasionally you'll come across something like 86, which does feature like spider mechs and shit, but those spider mechs... Okay. I think I just have to sprint down. I think that's gonna be my best bet. Nope, it was this one. Can I parkour down? Yes. Jobs are good. Okay. The puzzle, 2 weeks in the making. I think the snake door was up that way. So yeah, you get things like the 86th, which looks at giant robot combat and actually does some interesting shit. And I guess Old Noah Zero, at least in that first series kind of thing. But then you get a lot of stuff that just says, oh, well, it's robots, so don't worry about it. The whole reason that Gundam became as popular as it did was looking at these, like, once, like, superhero vehicles, like Super Sentai style, and being like, all right, but what if this was an actual, like, walking battle tank? What would that be? I think that's one of the reasons why both Battletech and Gundam still persist. You know, I can't give Heavy Gear the credit I want because Heavy Gear is just VTOMs. Alright, does anyone need a primer before we go into the new area now that we've solved this bloody puzzle? Because I will talk about giant robots, their artistic impact and stuff like that for literally the rest of the stream. And Stepachen, knowing that I am the source of your giant robot knowledge makes me very happy. Basically, if you want to know me, watch Patlabor 2, the Evangelion movie series, and I would say 8th MS Team for Gundam. Just one stream? You know what I mean. Alright, no one is asking for info, so I'm just going to careen forward. Yeah, and Scotty, it's interesting because like it's one of those genres, kind of like Pirates, which we always assume there's fuckloads of video games and movies and series about, but they're surprisingly underserviced, surprisingly underutilized. But as a subgenre, heavily criticized and heavily scrutinized by their user bases. God, these fucked up stairways. Still soaked with blood thousands of years later. Alright. Advanced limbic forging. Pages of this time appear to describe in great detail advanced methods of enhancing limbic equipment. And an anthem theta. Theta signature time loops. Reusage of time loops. Oh, okay. Brother of the Fall. You have undoubtedly come across this wretched place in search of the failsafe. If this is true, our worst fears have been made manifest, and the eye has been compromised. What you seek is near. I have cast into the time loop to ensure its protection. Braving the spire is no easy feat, thus I am confident in your ability to retrieve the keystone. Everything you require is here. I pray for your success, brother. Sethrus gaze upon you. The fourth Warden of Terror. Oh, shit. Oh, fucking hell. So the atrocities here generated a time loop, which I guess they've maintained? Fucking hell. And here, upon flayed and mangled feet, you stand where Tyr takes you into his maw. He swallows, he rends, and in his black embrace you are unmade. This is your end. This is your death. So they made... Fucking hell. They made a time loop. They made a tear in the fabric of emotion. So they could fucking throw people into it. And Eraman, also same. Like, Metal Suit Panic, I think is a great one for people who, like me, are great big sickos about, like, detailed giant robot stuff. I recently rewatched, Macross Plus, which is another one I love just for the detail. Alright, get over here. Oh, and do let me know how the audio levels are, friends. I realised I balanced them when we were in the quiet of the indoor area. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Could you not? Damn. Okay, maybe I need to turn it down a little bit. Watching all the audio levels spike there. Damn. Yeah, and Eraman, that's one of the reasons why I love Patlabor, because Headgear was all about that. That was one of the core tenets they were founded on. Like, Mr. Ghost in the Shell himself, Masamune Shiro, I believe his name is a Poivite. But his mechanical engineering and how he looks at mechs and cybernetics and stuff makes me so happy. Alright. Not the only one with a bloody fireball here. I've got to clear out the time loop guardians around before we can head on in. One of the things that continuously makes me very, very happy is how, you know, Gynax was basically founded on that kind of glorious detail. You know, I still think about that Daikon animation. Fuck. That rage elemental move, I can't block it, I can't stop it. Scary. Yeah, well, and Ehrman, that was one of the things I actually liked about the opening to Pat Labor 2. I guess after the initial pre-credits, when they're just showing like the new OS being tested and working on it like that, that how the software would interact with it. I love that kind of shit. Like, I still remember talking with a friend about the Alien franchise, right? And being like, if they're so advanced, right? If they're in the future and they're flying around on these cool fucking spaceships and shit, you know, why are they still using what is essentially like a command line process to run their systems? You know, why is Mother this like big blinking series of lights with such a basic input? And I'm like, well, because they need a system that isn't going to fucking break, you know? They need a system that is more sturdy than uses. That's why the computer on the Nostromo operates the way it does. You know, you don't want a fancy GUI and a bunch of shit that could break or could create bugs and errors and problems. You need something that is sturdy. And I love that retro future tech idea. You know, with mechs, it's like trying to create systems that could run it. Trying to create systems that could run a mech and would have the least amount of chance of fucking up. Ash was certainly a little buggy, right? And he had a literal human user interface. Okay, we've got a couple more to clear out. This place is fucking huge. Imagine if the Ava broke down because it needed a firmware update. Yeah. Although, what I do love with Ava is, I mean, it's bioengineering as much as, like, programming as much as mechanics, and you'd get to see every detail of it in its complexity. I think about that a lot. The fact that Ritsuko has to go into the system, which you find out is either engineered brains or people's brains, and to interface with it has to put in like acupuncture needles and shit. Like, fucking hell. Sorry, I'm a big Evangelion fan, in case that wasn't fucking obvious. So Ehrman also took it that the CLI interface for Wayland would not invest more than the super basic software. You know, I see where you're going with that. Nah, wrong key. I need a screamy key. Just because, like, I often think, like, if you look at the difference between the ship in Prometheus and the Nostromo, like, the Nostromo is a commercial ship, you know, designed to do it basically like almost like a military operation, the cheapest vessel that will do the job. Whereas the Promethean, that is designed to be like researchers plus rich people plus luxury. It's almost a fucking pleasure cruiser. Royal balcony. From this lofty perch atop her grand tower, may Queen Ravita feast upon the crushing of our land's vermin. May the screams of the reformist slain ever stoke the fire of a benevolent design of terror. Okay, so I think I get it. It wasn't that they created the Crown of Bones. Okay. So they made these poor fuckers walk up here. All the way up this twisted tower, this ziggurat. They made them build it, then they made them walk up it, and then they were cast down. That pile of bodies we saw earlier, those are all the non-palamists who were rounded up and chucked down it. So this is some fucked up shit right here. Some fucked up shit. Yes. Erim and that line, the crew expendable. Think about that all the fucking time. It's also weird to think that, you know, stuff like Ash turning out to be an android was a wild twist at the time. Just one creature like that would have been a movie's entire plot. Good times, good times. Sorry. I really enjoyed Alien Earth, and I really enjoyed the reverence to which it played to its source material. Though I will say, if you haven't watched Alien Earth, and you do, it ends on a to be continued. Like, it stops and you'll be like, okay, next episode. There is no next episode. That's going to be next season. It's very abrupt. This season is, Scotty. It's not done, but this season is. Now, I will say, one thing I find very, very fascinating is how we get to see these franchises reimagined by the people who grew up as fans of them do a better job. Oh, shit, you remember ages back, we were talking about Steam Next Fest and how to essentially create demos that lead into experiences and stuff like that. Well, I was having a ponder. And something struck me from my my insane ramblings. And that was, at what point is it a good thing and it's not a mixed media disaster? Let's fucking die already, mate! Because if you've been here for more than about 30 seconds, you know that I despise Alien Covenant. It's not so bad it's good. It's fucking dog shit. And it's yet another, like, off-screen murder of a really interesting character. In fact, the existence of Alien Covenant makes the end of Prometheus fucking dog shit. So, to the Highlander to draw with you. But that's not where the dog shit ends with Covenant. If you aren't an obsessive Alien fan, if you saw Alien Covenant on a very legitimate and legal streaming service, and you watched it, you'd be like, wow, did I just miss the first, like, third of this movie? No, you didn't. Everything that you're supposed to know about the characters, their backstory and things like that, were all a series of, like, I think some of them were Vine, some of them were YouTube. There was like a mixed media bunch of shorts which introduces you to the cast of these colonists, their relationships with each other. The fact that the character we follow in Covenant is married to whoever it is, I think it's like James Franco's character, who immediately fucking dies in the opening. Like, even Steven Seagal, even that ballbag had more time in executive decision than Franco had in Covenant, because all the shit that they did to build these characters and make you give a fuck about them is all things you have to find on other platforms. You know what I mean? And the same thing with like the opening to Rise of Skywalker or Wank Off of Star Wars, whatever it's fucking called, which I also despise. Where the message of Palpatine was in fucking Fortnite. And I started to think about, like, there I was raving about how we should find a way to fold demos into our marketing to make the marketing and the demo as much the narrative as anything else. And then I was like, wait, am I just creating a horrifying mixed media nightmare where fans feel cheapened? And I'm just wondering if there's a way to do it that doesn't. Also, I'd like to take a little moment to point out, so we're here, top of this tower, we've been battling up. There's no music. It's just the flapping of flags, the enemies ambiently stomping around, and the weight of this tower, and the corpses it sits atop. I think he's the last Gaspedian, the last gasp bastard. So honest, I mean, that's a good way of doing it. I mean, none of us felt cheapened. Okay, narratively, none of us were pissed off necessarily by whatchamacallit, Ground Zeroes. There's one last bastard. How do I get to you? How do I murder you? This way? Seems right. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Damn. Time loop's open. But, like, Ground Zeroes was never a decision made out of creativity. Ground Zeroes was a money decision because Metal Gear Solid 5 was such an insanely expensive product. If you think about it, Metal Gear Solid 5 would have been all of Ground Zeroes, then all of the game that we got, and then another half a chapter and chapter of that trilogy. Like, if Metal Gear Solid 5 had been made the way it was being made, it would be coming out now. Okay. But yeah, friends, I'm going to do the time loop, which is obviously going to be horrifying, but yeah, that pile of corpses we saw below, this is where it came from. This is where it led to. Let's do this.
You have been brought here for the transgression of heresy. Your final judgment awaits you in the fields of Himalara. Die, sinners! This is a mercy, child. You have been brought here for the transgression of heresy. Your final judgment awaits you in the fields of Himalara. Die, sinners!
Alright, Theta time loop detected. Hopefully that's right.
This is a mercy, child.
Fucking hell.
You have been brought here for the transgression of heresy. Your final judgment.
Jesus. And here, I think this will be the key of grief. Oh shit, what the fuck? Why is there a health bar? Hey, Dronio? Are we in trouble? Okay, I don't know what's about to happen. Maybe it's a fun bar. Yeah, maybe it's measuring how much fun we're gonna have in the fun place. I'm in danger. Are you a pillar of fun? Fuck. Okay. Hey, the water got all calm for a second there. So we follow the ripples to wherever we're supposed to be going. Okay. Slow roasted garlic. Okay, okay, we can try a Hadouken.
This is a nice, dark, wet environment. Perfect for sharks.
Okay,
K-Bike
but
Shark
the
1,
soundtrack
K-Bike
pops.
Shark 2.
No, but okay. Okay, that's bad. So the pillars of terror are generating these like traps I have to avoid and these little guys, which I guess I'm supposed to be using to heal, and then I have to follow the ripples to find the boss. So Zeke, how are you doing? Ah, personnel! How are you doing, mate? Wasso and welcome. Ah! This is not a fun house. Ow. Fuck, that's gonna hit me again. Alright, where are you bastard? Get your folk back here! Because, yeah, with this being like the, I guess, the crystallization of terror. We're in the dark. Horrifying structures that we have to zig and weave through. Notice it's become maze-like now? This is fine. This is fine. It's Friday, can't complain. Wait until Monday when sales scheduled 2 morning meetings. Sickos. Hopefully I can handle whatever this thing fucking throws at me. Get it fuck back here! Fuck off! Okay, I think I did it. rusted ancient key found the balcony of the Astrius Spire. And the keystone of terror, carved from a strange material.
Excellent. You found the keystone of terror.
Thank you, Scotty. First time every time. I do think that because I've spent so much time while we've been playing this just nattering, we've been able to kind of basically beefcake out Sen's Funhouse 2, Funner and Senna. There are these guys on, I believe they're on YouTube and everywhere, that they're like the Dark Souls architects. And it's like down-to-earth guy from Philly designing Sen's Funhouse. Might be one of my favorite videos of recent memory. Now let's get the fuck out of here. What other atrocities can we encounter? But, I mean, you'll get why this section is important, right? Like, this is showing that, like, how generational trauma like this starts. Oh, a terrifying shadow step. How these, like, how history affects us even to today. We shouldn't be affected by... Oh.
Want me to play some elevator music?
That'd be great.
Please, don't. By the way, what happened to you?
Oh, do you mean my eye, my limp, and living in constant pain?
Yeah, that.
Car bombing. I didn't feel like driving that day. Here's the kicker. I always drive. Always. My photographer, Mark, he took the brunt of the blast. I'm only here because I was too fucking lazy.
It's strange how the smallest decision can have such an impact.
Has it always been hard-code maths with you?
As far as I can remember.
I wish I was more like you.
No. No, you don't.
I'm just a bit... just so hard. Okay, and we're back here. One thing that's interesting is how, when closing these time loops, these areas do become just, what? Just ancient lost tombs. You know, there are no... Once the monsters are handled, they're just gone, and the scale and the silence is very pronounced. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. There's also something that struck me, which I think the reason why you have the items to level up your swords when you're outside of combat is as a workaround. Also, we're going to go see the farmer now that all the monsters are gone. As a player, you have an interesting quandary if you're playing this game. You need enemies to kill, to level up your weapons to become stronger, right? Narratively, these enemies are made from the emotional wounds of atrocities. So stopping them is good, but as soon as they've stopped, you cannot level up. You can't progress. You've removed your resource of combat that makes you stronger. You have to make a choice. How long do you leave the atrocities going? How long do you leave this wound uncleaned for the sake of your own strength? I always find little things like that that are intentionally or unintentionally baked into mechanics fun to talk about, you know? I guess these guys made it to safety. Do we have the keys for this? We do! No, that's rage. Oh, okay. Cool. Rage Spike enhancement. And a Sword of Ecstasy. Lovely. I don't know, I feel like when talking about stuff like this is where the poetry of games really comes from. It's the little things unspoken that make us make choices, and those choices make us feel things. That's when we're really into, you know, games as art. I don't know. Maybe I see it because I want to see it. Maybe it's there and we're the only people who spot these, you know, cute little quirks. There's something about art has to have a certain level of heart to it for us to reach the point where we can engage with it fully. And that threshold changes for all of us. Well, if I'm any kind of undead Scotty, it's not a vampire. But yeah, so we're gonna head over to the farmhouse to go see the locals, and just let them know the time loop is closed and see if they have anything else to add. Well, so Moose, I was pondering that, and like, at what point does it matter? I don't know, I've been thinking about this today. If you didn't see, so Irigaki, a Japanese developer most famous for the Dead or Alive series, passed away at 58. I didn't know him personally, but there's a few people I know who did, and I don't want to dismiss his contributions as a joke. I'm not really affected by it. You know, any person who has been able to create art and whose name we know has done good. You know what I mean? Yes, his last project was going to be an NFT mobile game. Yes, he did leave his team behind at Valhalla Productions to make that. That's another story. Hang on, did we ever try and pet the cow? Oh man, we can't pet the cow? 0 out of 10. But one of the things that I thought was very, very interesting is that a lot of Irigaki's most famous work is things like Ninja Gaiden and Dead or Alive. And very few of those, I personally think, were created with a great genius intent. But they happen to hit a certain point. Dead or Alive was what if we put more boobies into a fighting game? Let's be honest. But it did manage to build a community that genuinely gave a fuck about the combat of it, about its particular brand of fighting game. Ninja Gaiden was famous for being too fucking hard, but there was something about that threat of it that took the classic of Ninja Gaiden, which was also hard as nails, and reinvigorated it for a new generation. Ninja Gaiden was a threat. Can you do it? To be able to say you had was like a mark of honor. Like it was to 3D action games what Ikaruga was to shooters. And that's such a fascinating legacy to leave behind. I think at a certain point, how much the dev team intends something and how much impact it has, I don't know, right? Like, we are daywalkers. We both talk about the games industry and how it makes stuff, and also experience them as users. We kind of dance back and forward about it. But ultimately, a poem is read in isolation. Art, at what point the intent and the emotion and things come together is so fascinating. Recently, the Oatmeal put out a thing about AI art, and it showed this incredible piece of a person struck down with, I'm trying to remember the affliction, a degenerative disease, crawling across a field to get home, their legs having failed them. And I didn't know that piece of art. I didn't know the story behind it. I didn't know the artist's intent behind it, but it was so powerful. This beautiful landscape, hand-painted, and the person painfully trying to crawl across this surmountably, impossibly large field just to get home. And then you read the additional information about it, like the grass was all painted by hand, as if the experience of creating it was agonizing as much as the subject's ability to crawl across it, right? But even if you knew nothing of that, its power remains. In games, we don't just use one tool, we use so many. Games are like the next tier of theatre production in that every element of it comes together to make us feel. And that includes mechanical decisions, that includes numerical decisions about how much damage something does, or how you progress, where you progress, right? Think of Final Fantasy 15. You can only level up when you stop and rest. It's only when you sit down around the campfire with your little boy band squad that you can progress and level up. The game is forcing you to stop and take stock of your time, as opposed to, say, Cloud, who is always leveling. He's already a trained soldier. He is always on the attack. See what I mean? Whether or not those were intentional, a lot of Final Fantasy's mechanics are generational, but they can still make us feel. I don't know. Iragaki was not a genius, but he made things that we'll talk about for a very, very long time. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I brought
Alright, well, there's nothing new here to say. Let's see if he...
My son has...
Oh, here we go.
What purpose did the tower serve?
If I were you, I would avoid that place. I forbade my sons to even go near it. The tower is haunted and cursed. I know it sounds silly, but it happens to be true. No one knows who built it or what purpose it served. Hadia has many ancient sites and monuments, most of which are protected by strict heritage laws. Sometimes the past should remain undisturbed.
Yeah, because the past in this case is a gigantic war crime. Alan was saying, like, if every game is a miracle, he was a miracle maker. Not just to make one, but constantly make, refine, and hone his craft. Yeah. You know, I shit-talked him a lot when we talked about Wanted Dead, and I wish I'd... Maybe, actually, you know, maybe I'm glad I didn't make the Wanted Dead video until now, because I would have been very, very critical of Iragaki. Because I do feel that he left his team to die. You know, he used the opportunities he had, and he bounced. But then again, look, The Devil's Third is not a good game. But it is a miracle that it exists. He beat the odds in both biz dev and in creation and got that game to the world. You know? It was his unsafe bet that succeeded. And Scotty was adding in some games to Skyrim instead of punish you for not sleeping. True.
Now we need 2 more. We can go over the clues for the next one.
Okay. Make some noodles in a sec. Some battle noodles. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to bring the mood down there. Like, when it comes to these kind of situations, you know, anyone who got to dedicate a sizable chunk of their life to creating in the art medium that they love is something to be celebrated, not mourned. And again, no one whose name we speak has truly failed. At least in a positive light. Alright, let's do research first. Because I want to know about this.
For me?
I want to know about this fucking skull crown.
Interesting. I'll look it up.
The Blood Queen was infamous in her attempted genocide of Sabinians. During her reign, countless were captured, tortured, and executed in her obsessive pursuit of purity. She seemed to only grow bolder with every execution, and was known to keep one finger bone of every heretic that was brought to the Arca Spire. Her collection grew to such a vast size that royal clothers began crafting elaborate garments and a headdress of the bones. One of the things that, again, intentional or not, this game is doing is that when we start with this old little guy who is a devout palamist in a small rural corner, and the Sabinian military killed his sons, they took his farm, they killed one of his 2 cows, and then as we progressed up, we've seen the Sabinian military do horrible things. But now we're learning his history, and when the shoe was on the other foot in history, this was we've just seen a literal pile of 1,000-year-old corpses in a monument a ziggurat built to kill. Fuck. This is attempting to discuss really complicated history shit that affects us today.
Nice find. Let's run it through the database.
Order of Inquisition. This letter was sent to the Grand Inquisitor by Queen Figure. Dear Grand Inquisitor, forgive my bluntness and my new mood for pleasantries. Francis Aldrich and his band of heathens must be stopped. This farce has gone on too long. I have striven the path of civility, and yet he spits in my face. I should have listened to you sooner, Damien. You were right all along. Me whenever I'm talking to Damien. Forgive me. I should never have entertained such a murderous madman's delusions. In placing legions of the Royal Army under your command, ride forth to the plains of mist and unleash 1,000 furies of Sethras upon them. Give no quarter. But I want Aldrich alive. Yeah, Alnis. And when you think about how, a lot of fantasy games will tackle this same idea, but with none of the teeth, I think is quite powerful. A jeweled dagger.
I'll look it up.
Jeweled dagger, limbic invasions. An only jeweled dagger that belonged to Lady Margaret Cath Agur. Blah blah blah. Duchess of, deeply loved and cared for her subjects, and her reign quickly became overbearing. By the next decade, she would enact policies and laws that stripped away many freedoms in the name of abolishing violence and increasing security. The common folk were pushed to their breaking point. And she used this knife to end her own life rather than face the rebelling hordes. Until the very end, Lady Margaret remained baffled as to why her own people would revolt against her benevolent rule. And, an ancient map of Hadia. Okay, so these are all of the known limbic anomalies stemming from the Calamity. They would eventually discover the nature and anomalies and name them time loops. The Calamity would later be known as the First Limbic Invasion. The map is impressive. As an impressive testament to the large-scale organization and logistical expertise of the Order. Not only demonstrates how resourceful and pervasive the Order became, but also the gravity to which concern themselves. Okay.
There is a vault of forbidden knowledge in Lake Sinan.
Search the water's edge. Lake Silent. Okay. Want to get some goodies?
Let me know if you want more information.
Okay. What am I supposed to do with the keystone?
What am I supposed to do with this keystone?
We must return to the Limbic Forge and insert the keystone in its groove.
Okay. And I think that's Lake Sion, so let's go check in with our favorite blacksmith. And then we'll hit Lake Sion. Sorry, friends, I seem to be in a really arty mood. I had a very, very odd sleep. Ooh, cutscene. Ow.
Oh, fucking hell.
Just hit someone.
Your name is Remy Latam.
You seem to have me at a disadvantage.
I'm Lieutenant Aribeth, OMSIV's Epsilon Division. I'm also known as Aribeth Latam, wife of Vitalis Latam, and mother of a young boy I set free.
Mama?
If that's true, what was the last thing you said to me?
Never come back. I love you. Never come back.
Bad news, Dad's dead.
You should have listened to me. If you want to know why I hunted down the Vigil, go to the OMSIV camp in Akasa Marshes. You'll find my file on a laptop. You need a code to open the camp's gate. Underneath the passenger seat of the APC, there's a code sheet inside a box. Today's code is 14.
14.
My window is closing. I will contact you again.
Hey, at least they changed up the usual format from bad dad to bad mum.
And I thought my family had issues. Listen, it might be worth looking into it.
Why?
There are always two sides to a story.
As we go from generational trauma to family trauma. Oh, good. Well, so Moose, that's the other thing I've been thinking is like, the only thing we know about the Vigil is that the Vigil are the good guys who work in the shadows and fight the monsters. But like, they're also a very religious order that have spanned back thousands of years.
Welcome back.
Do you know
where Abbot Jaffer is?
Jaffa.
Captain Voss and a few of his soldiers took Abbot Jaffer away.
Okay, where's the Abbey?
The path.
Yeah, we know where it is. It's across the way. But we got to give him a new book. Oh.
What needs my attention? Awesome. Your weapons will become deadlier.
Imbue defensive gear up to grade 4. Okay. Alright, so... yeah, we need large shards for that, though, so... I like that it says upgrade weapons to grade 5, question mark? But actually, I wanted to jump back and just very, very quickly touch on what Scotty was saying about... I'm putting my hat back on, though. About Skyrim and sleep. Because this is one of the things where a small decision can have a big emotional impact. If you decide that you need your player to be in a very specific place to be able to save their game, because otherwise, like, the save state ends up being so impossible that you need a way to simplify it. You need the player to be in a specific place at a specific time. So you could do what this game does. You could have like a little floating thing that you just hit and you save. Or they have to come back to a specific spot to save the game, right? And that's just a choice that you make at 2 o'clock in the morning, running on coffee, adrenaline, and crunch. Now, imagine if in this you could only save if you came back to like the family house or a base camp. Well, then the journey back is always part of the experience. It means that when you're going out into the world, you eventually have to think about the return journey. How does that change how the game makes you feel? Like, Skyrim doesn't make it so you have to sleep or you die, but you really do want to sleep for the bonuses and the benefits. Right? So, like, what does that say about your character, right? Now, personally, I didn't sleep a lot in, Skyrim, so when I finally got jumped by the Black Hand, it was quite funny. But if you take something like We Happy Few, for example, the implementation of like a mandatory sleep system kind of changes how you engage with the story. It changes how it makes you feel. And that's where I think games are so fucking fascinating, is that if they have a core base that what is Madman's essence? Find yourself repeat with boundless vigor, greatly increases stamina regen. Grow bolder in your victories, increasing damage dealt with each enemy vanquished. That's what we're packing right now. And then this one is unfettered, your mind increases limbic energy but reduce damage. What is a madman's essence? It's Mad Dog 2020, innit? Fucking. Alright. Oh yeah, no, I was fucking about. We're gonna put the hat on. Rage Spike. Oh, cool. We got a better version of Rage Spike now. Okay. Manage glyphs. Twin actions of rage. Rage Spike. There we go. Animosity enhanced. Rage Spike enhanced. Glyph of interrupt. Oh! That's cool. We got enhanced interrupt as well. Yeah, Alnus, and look, this is where I really appreciate that we're in the era of the YouTube essay, right? Because, sorry, Alnus was saying, is sleep a punishment? Is it a pesky bar that you have to keep empty? Or is it a reward, giving bonus for a clear mind? Is it meditation? Are you taking your learnings and turning them into inner strength? So many ways. Exactly. The fact that you save most times in an inn in like fantasy games, I think is wonderful, because it's accenting the fact that that's a chance for your characters to rest, right? And with very few mechanics to hammer that home. However, large amounts of those decisions aren't made like swirling a glass of brandy or, you know, in a long-winded YouTubian discussion like, I'm thinking about my video game, but how should we let our players rest? You know, you just sometimes you make those decisions on the fucking fly. And it's that thing of like the intent wasn't necessarily one of like grandiose artistic impact, but it has an artistic impact, and I think that's really fucking cool, you know. Like that movie, The Fly. Interesting. There's a second time loop in Cedra Forest we haven't found. Same with the Cascadia Marshes. Interesting. I thought that said anime inversion. I mean, I also say it's one of the things where I find like sequels in games to be so fun. Because, sorry. Because if you make something like Morrowind, and then you see how all the different systems impact play and how they make people feel, then you can make changes. You're not making everything from the ground up, you know? But this is the point where we as a group will always fall into our own, like, internal loop. So, Fallout New Vegas is fucking brilliant, but Fallout New Vegas is built on the bones of Fallout 3. Trying to make something like New Vegas from scratch would have been drastically different and would have had a lot of the same problems that Fallout 3 had, because we learned from that game how a first-person RPG impacts the players. Actually, did I get any... So I got Nightfall Elite there. What's this rank 2 one? Alright, but only because it's powerful. Shit, what was I saying? Oh, yes. So one of the interesting things is, like, if you look at the endings of Fallout 3 at launch and the ending of Fallout New Vegas at launch and how drastically different they are, like, a lot of that is kind of creative choices, but those creative choices could only have been made after the first one, right? Now, did we pop the... No, we didn't pop the time loop. Couldn't find all that.
Without you and Victor, I'd be... See.
Just walks away. Okay. Hang on, let me just take stock of what we're doing. So we're going to go over to the OMSEF camp over here, which we now have a code to get into, which I think is that over there. The code is 14. Oh shit, I actually think we have to look at the code inside the APC like she told us to. But yeah, so if you never played it, at launch, the ending of Fallout 3 was that there is a contraption, a water purification plant that is going to enable fresh, clean water for the capital wastes. However, there is like also a radiation leak in there that needs to be turned off, and it's your choice whether to send someone in, whether to do it yourself, etc. Now, there's a lot to critique about it, right? Okay. There we go. Oh, entropic field. It's a wave of high-frequency limited particles became shattering projectiles. Aha! Code sheet. Okay, today's code is 14. I just realized that this game was actually going to make us look through a fucking code sheet and wasn't going to give it us easy. Okay, where's my code sheet? Here we go. I love that you can equip key items like that. Fallout New Vegas' ending is the Battle of Hoover Dam, where depending on which factions you've aligned yourself with, what friends you've made, etc., everyone comes for a big fucking brawl in the Hoover Dam. It's great. So, like, the ending of Fallout 3 is, you know, are you prepared to sacrifice yourself for the greater good versus, like, you know, your other choices? And if you've done certain things, then other people will volunteer to give their life instead of you. Now, it doesn't work because Fallout 3's launch MacGuffin is the radiation inside there, but you already have power armor that can withstand radiation and enough radaway and drugs that, by the own mechanics of the game, you'd be fine, right? Now, they changed that once they started launching DLCs and stuff like that. Oh yeah, and you have a robot friend who'd be fine. Whereas Fallout New Vegas' ending is the culmination of all your different elements come together. But both of them do the thing that Fallout has been doing for years, which is the post-credits, where good old... Oh my god, how have I forgot his name? Mr. Hellboy himself. Ron Perlman. talks to you about like the impact that your actions had on the wasteland, stays very similar. And both of those are kind of cool. Okay, so what's... Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 515 991. Oh, 151. God. Don't be dyslexic, kids. It sucks. But anyway, the reason I bring that up is just because, like, you know... Oh.
This is Technician Dawes, reporting a security breach and observation outpost. Limbic entities have breached the perimeter. They're everywhere. How did this happen? Oh my god, I'm almost at the gate. It's locked. What? No! 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 No!
Well, they're not going to be in Hell Is Us 2. Now, one thing that I do obsess over is... Oh. Hey, these are all grief? Huh, I wonder if that's intentional. One thing I do obsess over... Okay, ow. Get it, fork. Sorry. Is that a game has to reach a certain level of something to the point at which people will start engaging with it in an emotional deconstruction. Fallout New Vegas was buggy as fuck at launch, and there's still quite a few parts of it that can break. Shockwave Elite? Damn, we got some new moves and everything. Okay, access computer. Alright, personnel file. Lettram Arborith. Date of recruitment 82. Division Manus, OMSIF, Field Operation. Field Team Epsilon. Operations. Agura, Firefly, Kettle, Hush, Moloch ongoing. Additional notes. Excellent service from 85 through to 92. Under all assigned positions. Excellent under all assigned positions. Under consideration for promotion to OMSEF Commander-in-Chief. Former member of Vigil Organization. Possesses intimate knowledge of Vigil operations. Instrumental in identifying pursuit of Vigil members. Initial skepticism about cooperation with Operation Hush. Loyalty now proven without doubt. Highly skilled in martial disciplines. Circumstances of recruitment. Apprehended in 62 for attempted illegal border crossing. Sent to Fadra prison complex. Came to our attention in 82 after reports of a prisoner displaying aberrant behavior and disclosing highly sensitive information in Operation Moloch. Upon first interrogation, subject was confirmed to hold advanced knowledge of classified information. Became an operative after revelation of phone records indicating subject's spouse, Vitalis Liam, informed border guards of her intended escape in 62. Whoa! It's a bad dad! Whoa, it's a bad dad! He ratted her out. So she wanted to get out, get the kid out of this, like, hellscape. He was against that, so when she went to the fucking border to smuggle him out, he ratted on her. And she got put in a prison camp from 62 until 82. Okay, limbic rods. The establishment of Outpost 08 has already proven fruitful. It seems we chose the right location for the camp. In the first 2 days, we already discovered our first artifact. A sphereless limbic rod of designation whiskey. Ooh. It has been catalogued, packaged, and will be ready for transport with our first shipment in 3 months. The rod was found wrapped in parchment scroll. Initial inspection reveals much of it to be decayed beyond legibility. However, the image of a flower is visible in faded blue tint. Our translator is already busy deciphering the rest of the visible text and should have it soon. Scroll translation. Blah, blah, blah. Scroll translation, 11th century. Refers to a second rod, sphereless Yankee designation, buried nearby. It appears these two rods are linked to a part set. The burial location is situated to the south, west of the present-day Parham Abbey. A road network has been built in the area. Hopefully the modern earthworks have not disrupted it. Okay, so there's another limbic rod round that way. Okay, let's have a little inspect around here. Because it is curious that this is where they chose to build a fucking base. But yeah, so the thing I'm weirdly obsessed with is trying to quantify this. The measure to which you engage with a piece of art, but not engagement, right? Like, if you come across a movie and you go, nah, not for me, for whatever reason, you don't like it, you're not going to look or observe deeper meaning. If you do, and that medium doesn't suck, you're then going to start looking for, like, on this, like, graph of, like, let's just say keen, for better sake. Once you hit a certain point of keen threshold, you're prepared to, like, engage with it poetically, artistically, right? Pat Labor 2 is a very boring movie, unless you find it interesting. In which case, those moments of boredom aren't boredom at all, but a calm before nightmares. A calm, not before nightmares, but... Ooh! Multiple suspected SSE, Outpost 8, Cumbria Standard, Protocol Charlie, establish perimeter security, instruct on personal emergency protocols, time 2 weeks. Interesting. And Orzine, hello. It is a non-bombastic afternoon here in the Longship. We're on Hell Is Us. We're doing either main plot or side plot, depending on how you look at it. How are you? Buddy. And yeah. Ooh, good shout. I've got leftover, high-tech sophisticated masks. At the beginning, one of the people we were fighting had those masks. The person we took the kit from. I'm sure I have absolutely no idea what you could mean, Favor 6. Thank you for the bits. Okay, so Omsif has these two masks. Remember the person at the beginning had you know what it is? Because obviously it's the blue mask is the tragedy. The red one looks like a kind of an angry version of comedy. They've been studying these limbic tools and limbic weapons. Sophisticated case containing peculiar masks. They were working out basically how to engage with these, like, emotional-based combat systems. Hey, do you all hear some really fucking unsettling whispering? There's something fucked up going on over here. Creating new emotions or touching complex ones. I think something along the lines of like trying to create like weaponized emotions, for lack of a better term. Okay. As for what we're going to be doing, we're going to head over to the... We're going to head over to the Limbic Knights. We're going to get a reward for closing one of the time loops, see if there's anything else that shakes loose from that. Then... God. Plug in the key, and then Parlam Abbey is basically our next stop. Get a quick cheeky save, though. But yeah, so Orzine, we've had loads of really good banter already today. It's been great. See if
Find
you pick...
anything out there?
Ah, here we go. The high-tech case.
Nice. I'll have a look in the database.
Okay, a case designed to hold customized OMSFest Embedo masks. In the late 70s, OMSF agents began training against live limbic entities in the 70s in the Argula Museum facility. Over time, specialized tactics were developed and units were formed to combat and contain entities of specific limbic spheres. Over the next decade, many operatives grew fascinated with the ancient Foul Guard lodges of the Limbic Age, who, much like them, specialized in combating specific spheres. While the Zay Council forbade excessive customization of standard issue equipment, they were eventually relented, and OMSIF units were granted permission to uniquely tailor their masks to match the respective Limbic sphere expertise. This brought a greater sense of identity and purpose with each unit. These masks became known as the Embedo masks, Embedo visors, or Embedo veils. Okay, so when Mum got grabbed by the arseholes, she started teaching them all the shit they needed to know about fighting these things. Now, interestingly, OMSEF have been training these people since the 70s, but so far as we know, these limbic entities are unique to this country. So what the fuck is going on? Anyway. So we got Viscera Hills, and then we got to hit Lake Canyon for a goodie box. And to plug in the next key. It has, Orzine, it has. I mean, yesterday was hype and good. We had fuck tons of people in. Like, the Longship was rocking like 60, 70 folks throughout the day, which was awesome. Twitch have changed how they...
Fun fact. Auriga was the name of the ship everything went sideways on in Alien 4.
It was. Good times. And Scotty, thank you for the 200, mate. Twitch recently changed how they calculate the number of people watching. And for a few days, it was very stressful. You know? Like, you'll notice that there are currently, like, 30 people as opposed to the usual Longship 50. It could be because people don't like Hell Is Us as much as I do, but yeah. The anti-lurker stuff is pretty severe. So it's nice when we have days like Hype the Homies, where, because everyone is in and nattering and stuff, it's, you know, the numbers reflect the power of the Longship. It's just... It's gonna suck if any of the people we've been hitting up for sponsorship start writing back, because they'll be like, oh, well, you said 50 and we tuned in and there were 30. And Aeon, absolutely, but it then goes back down as that engagement dissipates. Now, the Longship isn't required... As a group, I exist because you lot keep me alive, not because we have big numbers on Twitch.television. So long as you lot are having a good time, that's far more important. But I'm only human, right? Like, we've been doing this for 7 years. I'm only human. Anyway, let's see if I can get some goodies.
Remember.
All right.
What's our status on time loops?
Good. You closed a few of them. I'm sure there are more out there.
Ooh. Assassin's Essence. Carefully prepare your first strike, increasing melee damage against enemies with full health. Okay.
Have I helped enough hit?
The bare minimum.
Okay, but those were some rank 3 goodies. Enter a state of rageful defiance that wards against getting stunned, staggered, or knocked back. Ooh. Okay, that's fucking powerful. I'm gonna swap that one for now. And we're now up to stun rank 3, which is very handy. But it was... What was that Assassin's Blade? First strike damage increased. This one's definitely been better for us, though. Like, everything we kill makes us stronger and heal faster. So let's fucking go. Okay, so Scotty, that's fine. Because the trick used to be, is like, if you were leaving a tab open to help a homie, you could just, as long as you didn't turn the music all the way off, then they'd still get the support. Now these times have changed. I mean, ultimately, all the stuff happening is nothing really to do with, like, good or bad. The reason why Twitch don't want view bots is that they want to be able to go to advertisers and say that, oh, you're getting all these people watching, they're all being advertised to. Fake views are a thing that could allow advertisers to say, well, you're giving us all this data, but it seems to be bullshit. So... Anyway, all it means is that the chances of me having to play Raft have gone down significantly, and I'm okay with that. Right, now we're heading to Zwater. Okay. It says Lake Canyon, look along the lake's edge. I mean, I do feel for folks for whom, like, view accounts are how they make a living. Like, they're the ones kind of getting fucked over. Because, like, how much you get paid by Twitch advertising is based on how many people are watching when the ad rolls. And I'm not unsympathetic to it, you know? As I've said, I'm insanely lucky that you lot keep me alive. And it becomes very pronounced when platforms make little changes that have sweeping effects. Oh no, Kakazi. So basically, Twitch have implemented a system to stop view botting. You know, people who will buy views on online to bulk out their view account and whatnot. Which, I mean, the only thing it was really good for was stealing money from Jazzy Jeffy B based on advertising revenue, and for people to basically get their way to partner quicker. I don't know if the same thing that happens on YouTube and on TikTok happens on Twitch. I'm not active in the Twitch community by any means. As I've said, I'm here to help your game sell. If you want to know how to do good at Twitch, I am not the homie to talk to. There is a thing on TikTok and other places where people will create accounts using a combination of known tricks and view botting, get an established amount of followers, and then sell that account to people. Oh yeah, and Dice, like, this is the point where, like, UE5 fucking shines. Just these gorgeous blues. Like, look at the hues as they're affected by the cloud cover lighting. Like, fucking love it. You know, look, we live in indie spaces, and I love that. Anything that increases the chances that our indie homies will be able to make stuff this pretty, like, let's fucking go. Okay. No, Hawks, no traversal stutter, but I do have VSync turned on, which I've noticed that a lot of different UE5 titles don't have VSync on as standard, which is weird, but I don't know. And Kakazi, I don't know how that works in terms of, like, whether or not, but look, so long as you're having a good time, that's what matters, you know? If there were only 5 of you here and you all kept me alive every month, I'd still be doing this. So anyway. Hawks, you're gonna have to explain to me what shf is. Shf. Okay, but just as a reminder, friends, I deal with so many games every day. So many games. I mean, Shadowhawks just came out. Oh shit, Skin Freaks came out today as well. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Ah, yes, Silent Hill Fart, absolutely. I'm looking forward to that, but it's definitely low down on the list of games to check out. Oh, that was it. I was checking the. She gave me the code. Where was it? Lake Sion clue. Search the water's edge. Now, do you think she means the water of the lake? Or do you think she means the water down there? No. And Orzine, that's fair. Yeah. Sturdy Kiwi, AC is probably the most commonly used one, where I have to yell at people and be like, which AC? Which AC? I don't mean anything like by it. It's just I think it comes from, you know, back when video games were a little bit more ubiquitous, i.e. there was only like 2 or 3 kicking it that you could really get into. Water's Edge? Ah, here we go. Found it! They definitely mean air conditioning. I might try and come up with a game that's like air conditioning, anti-cooler, attack combat or something like AC, 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 AC. Oh man, someone drank all the beer? Oh. Alright, here we go. So it's... Alright, dodgy sideways eye. Sad eye. Angry shower hose. Spiky eyeball. Okay, let's see what we got. It took General Kale and General Arman 8 days of ceaseless battle with more than 2,000 men, most of whom died fighting, and now lost to the Abyss, to bring low one of the heinous fiends. Only one! How could such a thing be? How may we stand against such horrors when two of our finest commanders now swear to never face them again? This is no mere defeat. This is calamitous. And yet, perhaps not all is lost. I have sent forth spies to reclaim the carcasses. It lies hidden within the traditionalist keep on the outskirts of Meteron. Fortune favours us, and we need not travel far. Perhaps the corpse of this fell beast we may glean some knowledge. Your buddy and mine, Drac. Dear Drac, what the hell? Skyon Nemir Adam. Theta Prison. Ooh, an active relic. Memoir of the Fall. Your weapons resonate with frequencies of past battles, increasing experience gain. That's pretty cool. To be honest, we've been camping the axes, and I haven't felt the need to mix it up because I love the axes. John Hawk says, I have dev questions answered if possible. I mean, sure. The Tome of Ascendance. Okay, that's a lot of reading. Why do some game engines lock cutscenes at 30? That's a good point. I assume it has something to do with the animations not going fucking awry. I mean, it might be a bunch of people who survived the old days when we used to lock frame rate to like the fucking PC clock and shit like that. Not the PC clock, the CPU speed. Yeah, well, I mean, Hawks, how much superstition do we deal with in video games, you know what I mean? Especially from senior engine coders. I'm not trying to be a dick, I'm just, like, let's be honest here. And Hawks, it could be to maintain parity. After all that Shakespearean English yesterday, my vocabulary is a mosh pit. It could be to maintain a parity. Oh God, parity. Between like in-game and out, or it might just be it makes it easier transitionally. Like, I'm thinking about it, but it's been so long since I've had to, you know, be in a current engine that I don't know if I know. You know, I've always said that my actionable development knowledge would dissipate over the years, and you know, I mean, the fuck, like, CA did it all pre-rendered. Back in my day, there was going to be an in-engine speech thing, but and Hawks, it could be to keep the lower-end machines to spec. Like, the potential that some of those cutscenes have a higher fidelity, or a need for a higher fidelity. Because, I mean, you and I both know, because we've dealt with users, people will say their PC can run cool shit. When I know we made this joke the other day, but I'm going to say it again. People will tell you that their PC can run the newest games at the highest resolutions, but this one works bad. And when you look at the DX diag, it's not a PC, it's a fucking recipe for potato salad. Like, users lie all the fucking time. Sorry, I'm just putting some water on for noodles. I'm just gonna pee real quick. Kale's boiling. I tell you, I don't know if you saw it yesterday, Hawks, but we played a game called, what was it? Jungle Rot. That is like a solo what if Resident Evil but Vietnam style project that was so funny. And the opening to was like the classic Resident Evil live action intro of like the guy, but he's in the back of a Huey smoking a cigar. And it was so funny. And it does often make me think about, like, in some games, the quest for, you know, the quest to be visually impressive is an act one, but sometimes it's a waste of energy. Oh shit, we were gonna go put the key in the door. But yeah, and not like Hawks, I wasn't saying that your rig is a piece of shite. More just that, you know, users will complain. One of the things we've been talking a lot about here is how UE5 is a pretty good engine, but it comes with a lot of shit that you need to turn off if you don't know how to optimize for it and you don't know how to use. So we're seeing these kind of like small to mid-sized projects that run like arse. Not because UE5 is unoptimized, but because the devs go, yeah, we'll just cram it full of stuff. You know, we keep making jokes about people just jamming Lumen in their project that doesn't fucking need it. And so you have these like two-person team indie games that run worse than commercial AAA stuff. But, you know, restraint is a challenge unto itself. Oh, hang on. I'm going to turn on Dronio. Now there is... I guess the monsters will be back here. We'll have to clean this place out later for the time loop, which will take a little bit of faffomancy, but I don't know. This isn't a terrible game as background noise for talking. Oh yeah. Hawks, have you seen some of the tech on how they made those Tyrannid swarms work? Fucking love that shit. Okay. I think so. Oh, wrong button. Sorry, I wanted to try this. Wait. Hadouken! Sorry. I have to try and Okay. Because it was this... Oh, yeah. Sorry, I keep forgetting there's people I have to murder. It's this door up here that had, I think, the last time loop boss in it. Okay, firstly, double fuck off. God, I love our heal on kill abilities. Alright, so yeah, it was this one here. Okay, once we've got... So we need yellow rods of up arrows and down quavers. Oh man, I could fuck up some quavers right now. Okay. As for you... sorry. Hadouken! Hadouken! Yeah, you're fucked. Alright. Now I've got to fuck up this guy, but then we can put in the next key. So... Sorry, one thing I wanted to just bring up again, which is more about this game than anything else. So, we now know about the masks, right? That the Omseth teams, whatever they do, were training to fight against these limbic monsters. Okay. Another piece of the door is opened. So now we have Ecstasy and Rage, but we already did Grief from our dead dad. At the very beginning of the game, that lass had a red mask and a limbic sword, meaning that she was a trained limbic fighter who died. I think that is us lying to Nek Chinman at the beginning. Where's the MDMA mask? The Unsa. I don't actually know which key we're going to be going for next, but it should be interesting. Just to find those ruddy rods. Anyway. I forget completely what we're talking about. Oh, we're talking about Jungle Rot and how, like, embracing that pure cheese of classic Resident Evil means they weren't doing like in-engine cutscenes or anything like that. Just doing pure, made it at home in front of a green screen cheese. And sometimes that's the way to fucking go. You know? It's really interesting to me that a lot of the live action cutscenes we saw during the 90s was because of the ubiquity of CD technology starting to pop off. I thought that was really fucking cool. And it became cheaper to do stuff in engine, so people moved away from it. But I don't know, that joy never lost. There's a Red Alert style game that dropped on Steam last week that has that classic Command and Conquer live action cheese. And honestly, it's one of the more endearing parts of it. Yeah, well, both... And this is one we don't talk about, was like the jump in music between the cartridge and CD era. Like, shit got wild. You might have to do that. Oh, excuse me. Oh shit, I was making noodles. Hang on. Let me just pour them real quick. Oh, I'm starving today. It still amazes me you lot hang out here. This is as exciting as my day is. You lot are literally the interesting part of my day. Making noodles. Talking about video games. Wait, my arms aren't working properly. Oh, you have already had lunch, cuties. Don't even. Oh, and, sorry, so my arms weren't working. I'm fine, there's no, like, medical shit going on. I did that thing where I carried home more groceries than I physically should have. Which is fine, right? But I forgot about the old man pause. I haven't come up with a good term for it, but for those of you who are still younglings, you know, if you do like a whole bunch of exercise and your body hurts the next day, what no one tells you is when you get old, the amount of time between doing the thing and hurting from the thing actually increases. So you have like a day's gap where you're like, man, I feel great. Man, I did all this physical exercise. Why don't I hurt? It's the following day that the kick-in happens. But yeah, so jumping back. Once we went to the CD, audio went normal. Yes, because it wasn't a technical challenge at that point. It was just tracks on a CD. Last AAA I saw with chiptunes, either Far Cry, Blood Dragon, or Nier Automata. Well, at this point, it's like I've encountered a lot of games that do have chiptunesian music in, but it's a choice rather than working with what you've got. You know. Sorry, it's been in my noggin because one of the YouTube documentary long-form video-y things I was watching was about like the women who worked at Capcom who made a whole bunch of music who were kind of uncredited. So I've been thinking a lot about music and stuff like that, and one of my favorite things is Nintendo's happy, bouncy musical style that formed a lot of the initial, like, this is what chiptunes be, came from, and I love this, came from, oh, did we close the Marsden time loop? We didn't. And we haven't done the Ascara Marshes. We haven't closed the time loop there. Oh no, so we cleared Taiju. We haven't been to the... Yeah, we cleared Taiju. That was the area. So there can be more than one time loop. Because I thought we closed one out. Interesting. Sorry. My brain is careening all over the place. So definitely put some more food in my noggin. But yeah, one of my favorite little weird facts is that Nintendo's style of like happy, bouncy chiptunes comes from reggae, because one of the core musicians at Nintendo was a reggae nerd and would go to like this little bar in Tokyo, reggae bar. So that like proto-ska vibe that especially like, if you look at like Mario on the Game Boy, I think is a great one to point to, that you realize that it's just a happy, bouncy tune turned into data. And Scotty, let's just bring up Tim Follins for the sake of it. And Hawks, I do. I remember installing classic Doom on a squillion floppy disks. One thing that made me laugh, again, from the realms of TikTok, was one individual who went online to order a bunch of floppy disks, and what they got was a pack of floppy disk coasters. Okay. So there's more to be found in Vassar Hills. We haven't cleared out all the threats. Interesting. I wonder actually what if we have to defeat all of the creatures and close the time loop for it to officially be clear. Because with Talju, we spent a lot of time fucking around there. Anyway, so friends, as for what we do next, here are our choices. We can continue fucking around in the marshes. We can head to the cathedral where that little girl's uncle, the good priest, is being held. Or we can head to one of the newer areas. Tejin, or the Ministry of Cultural Primacy. You know what, Orzine? The thing that I didn't think I would miss is the before a mobile call comes in, if your phone was near PC speakers. I weirdly missed that. You know what, if no one's got any preferences, I'm going to go with the devil we know for the time being, just because that gives me a chance to, like, stop and snack on me noodles. Because knowing my luck, we'd get to a new area and it'd be, like, super combat heavy. There's also another one of the limbic rods. One thing that's I'm very happy about is that while the monsters respawn, the time loop guardians don't. Orzina's continuing to play through this Deus Ex mod, so fine. Abstain and vote. Hey, I mean, shit. I'm the streamer. It's my job to fucking steer this shit. You know, I ask a lot of you lot on the regs anyway. All right, come on. Hawk says, I think the next PC is going to be a sleeper build. Outside it's a 90s PC with modern internals. Just need to figure out what to do with the monitor. I mean, the cases for those monitors aren't hard. It's just, you know, the monitors are 3x4 or 4x3. Yeah, gotta kill the last of the time loop guardians. Alright, alright. Deus Ex got mentioned, have to reinstall now. How to make the rules. I mean, Hawks, were you there the day they announced the Deus Ex, air quotes, remaster? Because I think everyone here is now acutely aware of how much I am a Deus Ex fanatic. And like, folks talking about the day, was it called Deus Ex? Damn, that move is cool. And I'm there being like, okay, that's cool and great, and I'm glad everyone's enjoying it, but like, you know, I was already there with the Cassandra project. Y'all are playing catch up. Okay. Oh, he's just fucking dead.
Bass and the other don't go.
God, yeah. Like I said, I've told you this story many times, and I'll say it many times more. I still remember getting into a fucking blazing row with my mate Fuzz about our brother in Deus Ex. If you haven't played through it, I won't spoil it, but it is possible for your brother to die. Or not. And how that happens and where that happens and the varying pieces to it, like, it's fascinating. Damn, this game's spicy. Oh, this might have been the puzzle that she was talking about. No, we need the rose for that one. Okay. And the thing was, what was it? I think in Fuzz's game, the brother had died, and in mine he hadn't. And I was accusing Fuzz of being basically a fake fan and pretending that he'd played Deus Ex when he hadn't. Still feel bad about that. Because what I did was I jammed the couch up against the door of his apartment, so when the men in black all came to attack, they couldn't get through the door, and I could gun them down without getting killed. I'm still kind of like, you know, that I think that's the antithesis of the immersive sim, is that I used the systems the game gave me and I janked it, but the game went, all right, you did it. Your brother lived, so now he's alive. It wasn't like an unlockable power at a specified kind of switch area. I did that, you know? Can I hear your edition of the Deus Ex main theme? What is it? Put on a trench coat and solve some conspiracies. Fuck, I can't remember the rest. Oh, sorry, I need some noodles. One cannot subsist on coffee and games industry news alone. Don't take swimming, cause it's useless. We're not the same. We're not the same who may. We're not the same Iron Storm that made Daikatana. Our games are good and they stay on schedule. No, mate. Jesus, that move kicks ass. All right. Yeah, well, so Hawks, one of our regulars, Jackie Fox, has been playing through the IDOS Deus Ex games recently, and I believe for the first time. And so it's been an interesting thing to talk about. You know, what ended up becoming like, you know, the apartheid games would have been interesting if it was allowed to finish. And Favor 6, I still think Mind Jack is a good game. People can be wrong. But I do appreciate what Mankind Divided was trying to do, and with a bit of budget, a bit more time, I think they could have done something. You know, it was the whitest attempt at a discussion about an apartheid, but you know, it's not like with fucking Ubisoft where they make a game about American agents going into a city and gunning down civilians and then go, it's not political though. Ah, see Favor 6, that's where we get on. Oh, excuse me. Stuff in my face over here while we go through this spooky ass fucking cathedral. You know what? As much as the joke used to be Will's dogmatic belief that Mindjack was a good game, Mindjack was prepared to do something really fucking interesting. And when you think about how much same slot we all have to put up with on the regs, you know. Especially when it comes to like biz dev and discussions, they got weird with it. And it's hard not to be enthused. Okay, I don't think I can get... Oh, I can get back up from here. Okay, so there's the second time loop. Alright, so regions with multiple atrocities have multiple time loops. That's why the original map of Hadia had the time loops, but then we have new ones. Okay. Yeah, and Hawks, like, ultimately, Deus Ex Mankind Divided tries to say something. It tries to give users a perspective and an idea and an empathy that they wouldn't usually get, and I appreciate that, you know. It just comes off as watered down and a little bit of like, you know, the most privileged person you know telling you about the hardships of people who don't have that privilege. There's also the subtext of how the people who are being discriminated against in Mankind Divided used to be the most wealthy. But I appreciate that it exists. It was just that because of the design philosophies of shooters at the time and the technology we had access to, they didn't go for Deus Ex's full-on immersive sim. It was just lots of switches that you could enable if you had the right power. Like, if you were going for a punchy build, there would be special walls you could punch through, but you couldn't punch through any wall. There was also the, like, Icarus landing system, which was meant to allow you to fall from any height without dying. But in reality, it meant there were a few mine shafts or elevators or what have you could jump down without dying. So it was essentially a key to a switch. But it was such a fascinating instance of, like, in terms of discussions about transhumanism, there were some really fascinating conversations to be had, and I like that. Because it was talking about the fact of, like, you know, if you're a construction worker and your body is modified to do construction, what does that do for the rest of your life? You are then only a construction guy, and who owns those mods, you know? And Simple Chaos, what a welcome. And Simple Chaos, that's, like, again, this is all fine discussion. I want to prefix this with Deus Ex Human Revolution was trying to take what was seen as the old way and bring it into the future. They took Deus Ex, which was a very PC-coded game, and were trying to make it palatable for a 360 game-playing Halo-loving audience. Now, we now have a lot more clarity of understanding of the philosophies, the design philosophies, and the development style of it. So, like, I just don't want to turn this into and then we shit on Deus Ex Day. And hey, both Mankind Divided and Human Revolution did we're going to do an open world, we're going to keep it small, but dense as fuck. We're going to put all kinds of cool fucking things in it. Okay. Terra Z. I think I played that. Alright, we've got a lot of Guardians to murder. Yeah, and Hawk, stuff like that was really cool. There was that philosophy for a while that what everybody wanted was big spectacle shooters. And we know more now. It's the growing pains of our industry rather than necessarily, like, ignorance or intentional banality, which is something we do have to deal with a lot more these days. But also, one of the things I try and make sure that I don't do is become an asshole? More of an asshole. For example, like, I went into Cyberpunk ready to just fucking shit talk it and kind of deconstruct where it went wrong. And Cyberpunk 2077 has become one of my favorite games. You know? Oh, he's wobbling. You better not die on me, buddy.
Thanks, Setharus. You found me, my son.
Dude's been in here for days. Weeks, if you count, like, between streams. Alright, dude, are you okay?
Are you okay?
I'm unscathed. Setharus has gazed upon me this day. It's a miracle I'm still breathing. The holy passages, the warnings, it's all true. Demons walk amongst us, my son. I've been praying and hiding here since I saw them.
Okay. So let's ask him about the creatures real quickly, and then we'll ask about the Abbey and then the Gospel of Tear.
It is happening. TR's demons are here. His curse is upon us, my son. May the eye of God protect us. This is our doing. Our sinful emotions gave them the means to enter our world. TR will wrap his coils around Hadia, keeping us trapped here like rats.
And Hawks, like, that's, no offense, that's your loss. Like, I played it at launch, I played it because I wanted to understand how it became so broken, and yet there was a charm and a craft in it that shined through. And by the time the version 2, like, post-Edge Runners, Dogtown had dropped, like, it's good. It's really good. The DLC is Escape from New York, the video game we never got. And it's fucking good.
We must stop the spread of destruction.
And I know it's wild. Me, Mr. Indie-loving...
I scarcely know where to begin.
You know? On the subject of transhumanism, Cyberpunk is very soft about its discussion around it, and could definitely stand to step the fuck up. It does talk about, like, you know, boxers having to spend insane amount of eddies to get, like, cybernetic arms to even compete and things like that. But there is an incredible subplot about an individual racing to avenge her dead husband, and talking about what it means to transition to be true to yourself in a world where you can just have different arms, a different downstairs mix-up. Like, Cyberpunk is very soft about its discussion of how body modification would change society, change ideas and concepts. But when it engages with it, it's got brilliant insight. Oh, sorry, so what happened in Path of Abbey?
What happened here, Captain Voss? He brought me here to make sure I bear witness to my lies. His men discovered an ancient door. I had never seen it before in all my years living at the Abbey.
We know how this song and dance goes.
They couldn't break through. The door was too thick. Voss and his men blew it open. When the smoke cleared, that's when the demons came out.
Okay, so the previous time loop had been sealed. And so the one out in the marshes, that time loop was created by the atrocities now. This is from the previous. So we're essentially seeing each side's horrors through time. What a cheerful game I play every Thursday.
Himself had swallowed me. I saw him. Voss. He was the first to fall prey to the demons. I ran as fast as I could and came here to hide.
Okay, I'm looking for the gospel tear. Yeah, well, so Hawks, that's one of those things that I always find interesting when the narrative wants to put you on a time constraint, but the game is inherently open world. Like, in Cyberpunk, you have that, yeah, you have the chip in your head that will eventually overtake your brain and kill you. But if you want to, you could just fuck around for days. But then in other titles where your freedom gets interrupted, it feels more forced. I did really appreciate Human Revolution doing the whole, you have to go rescue the hostages. And if you've played Deus Ex, if you've played a lot of, like, shooters and PC games, you're like, no, I don't. There's a flag, there's a trigger in the game that once I get to a certain point, then I save them or I don't. So you know what? I'm going to explore, you know, Unatco HQ or whatever. I'm going to get every goodie I can, and then we'll see about it. And then you get a second warning, like, hey, this situation's getting bad. And I'm like, oh, this is the push B to jump. It wants me to start the, oh, no, they died. Oh, they died because I fucked around. Oh, no. It's almost pretty powerful that it only happens at the beginning and then never again. Technically, it can happen at the end. If you've been rushing the game and you're a prick, you can have the same thing happen at the end with the final, but it puts you on edge after that. Someone said it's like the kid in Jaws, that when the kid gets eaten, it tells you that anything can happen from here on in, which is a great thing to do at the beginning, when there are no stakes, but you're still learning.
I'm looking for the Gospel of TR. Do you know where it is?
I know the book you were inquiring about. I've never read it and wouldn't go near it. A book with that symbol on its cover needs to be avoided. Time and humidity had caught up to it. Despite
what may be written inside, the book is considered heritage and thus protected by law.
Okay.
It was our duty to send it to the National Library in Leith, which has an excellent book restoration department.
Okay. Okay.
I will return to Jova and find my niece
as soon as I have the strength and the courage. Okay. Cool. I just wanted to make sure he didn't need like an item or something to help him get back. I still haven't worked out the puzzle with these twistable torches. In some areas it's obvious, but in others, much harder to decipher. But yeah, we're going to have to go on a hunt to take out... Because I'm pretty sure if it's spiky, that means we can't enter the time loop, right? Too dangerous. Alright. But Hawks, I mean, this is... I mean, it's a very hyperbole example, but it's one of the reasons why I enjoy so much our discussions around, like, video games and how they make us feel. Because, like, I loved Dead Rising. I hated the fucking timer. And the timer does end up stopping you from just, like, hoarding resources and, you know, being boring. But, personally... it pissed me off. Like, I wanted to be able to take my time throughout it all. I wanted to be able to explore them all and then have things change. But the idea that everything was happening in real time, while it's more authentic to the story it was trying to tell, felt bad. You know what I mean? Like, Cyberpunk should have been on a timer to fit the narrative constraints, but I think if it had been, I think we would have had a worse time. Vershi, I'll have you know, it's not as an exhausted snail, just a snail with a combination of hyperfocus and attention deficit disorder. I want to see everything in a game. But no, it was just... Again, Dead Rising tried something. It tried something that few others had done, right? And I really, like, I appreciate and I respect that. Okay. We're on an extermination quest now to try and find the time loop guardians and see if we can close it. But yeah. Now, the one thing, Hawks, that when it clicked for me, I would love for more people to acknowledge is that Cyberpunk 2077 is not an RPG. It's a narrative game, and it's the story of Johnny Silverhand, right? And I love that. Alright, it's those buggers down there. Because it goes to this whole thing of trying to talk to you about V's dreams, V's ideas. Everything that you wanted to do as V is completely laywayed by that chip. That chip and Johnny's legacy will now... Fucking bugs, man! Ah, fucking kill you! Sorry. Getting dive bombed by fruit flies. Johnny's legacy is what defines you in the end, right? For all your talk at the beginning of being your own person, of leaving your mark on Night City, your mark is defined by Johnny. And ultimately, What you choose to do and how you choose when the chips are down is what defines you, not your own actions. It's your response to actions far beyond your control. And like, I don't want to talk spoilers, but there is an ending once you've gotten the DLC that is so powerful and so depressing. Like, I haven't been able to get it because it's too much. Like, you make it, but at the cost of everything. One of the other things I do like is that if you're good enough, you can do the final battle by yourself without having to bring along any people who could potentially get fucking killed. I love that. If you sit there and you drink and you stare out across the city, eventually Johnny will go, fuck it, let's do it. There's also one where you just go fuck it and peace out, which is dark. Yep. The one I used to love, Hawks, is how you could acquire a car or a bike in-game that was faster than the render. So if you put pedal to the metal and drove straight through Night City, you could just drive into the abyss. I mean, true study Kiwi, but I mean, that's the reason why you keep your game studio independent if you can, because it gives you the opportunity to do that, you know? I don't think that's enough to close the time loop, but it's got to help. Alright, next contestant, please! See ya. Yeah. Sorry, just Simple Chaos was bringing up. Who was it? Oh, Scotty was bringing up Mass Effect, where you can lose characters. There's something interesting about like how we formulate characters and loss in games, because ultimately, if a character is engaged with a game, more often than not, they're going to try and keep everyone together. That's far more common than just being like nonchalant. And how we handle those, I think, is always interesting. All right. Okay. Alright, so one of the time loops is now clear. So it's not that one, but it's the one in the Abbey. So let's go close that now. Hawks, I reference that so much, and very rarely does anyone get it. The problem about streaming at peak American hours. 4 candles. Handles for forks. But, I mean, alright, it's a very fluffy conversation, but it is a fun one. Like, being able to talk about when games and how games make us feel is great. It's just, we're not going to see another Mass Effect for quite some time. You know, can you imagine a publisher having the foresight to allow a team to make a trilogy these days? Anyway. Yeah, certainly not from BioWare. Poor buggers. But anyway, I'm not saying this to be snarky. It's just, you know, video games have empowerment built into their very core, from Stardew to fucking Counter-Strike, right? And anytime we have to inflict loss upon our characters, on our players, not our characters, you know, how that is represented and affecting the story is difficult because, you know, we've taught this generation of players to be able to fight and win and save the day. And that's really fucking cool. I like that. So when it comes time to take characters away from them and to have the story progress in ways, how it's handled is kind of fascinating. You know, someone said that Aerith's probably one of the better examples of pacing.
I will return to Joe.
Fucking better. Trilogy? Surely you mean DLC? I mean, okay, you could achieve it with DLC, but that's another story. Alright. Hang on, let me just close this time loop and then I'll complete that thought.
TR, look upon us, as your will be done.
Okay, so we're in a theater signature. So they opened this time loop by doing like a nasty ritual of sacrifice.
TR, look upon us, as your will.
Beecher. Okay. Terracotta oil lamp. An intricate primal oil lamp handmade with terracotta. Simple artwork adorns the sides. Boy howdy, that sure does look like a puzzle, doesn't it? Interesting to find out what that is. Golden clover. Golden painted ceramic icon in the shape of a four-leaf clover found in the underground tunnels of Partham Abbey. Interesting. Okay. Mystery discovered. Alright. Now we should be able to find the other Time Loop Guardians and fucking kill them. So that should allow us to get this place nice and closed off. But anyway, yeah. There are loads of ways to have our users experience loss of characters, loss of equipment, abilities, etc. And it's so weird because how it's presented is everything. You know, we talk so much about, you know, game engines, implementation, yada yada. But ultimately, what happens mechanically is the same thing. How it's presented to the user is everything. I love that. Because that's where games aren't just software, right? They are an emotional experience. Oh yeah, the error thing in that with OG Final Fantasy VII, because I haven't played the second of the... I actually haven't finished the first of the remakes. But I hear we're getting an Evangelion situation, but... Alright, turn this way. With Aerith's death, you have spent hours building this character up, leveling her staff, giving her cool gear, etc., right? And then she is killed in cutscene and taken from you. Now, I've heard loads of arguments for and against of why it's good and why it sucks, etc. The thing that I always think about is how, if you wanted to represent, like, loss, real grief, this is a character that you meet at a really interesting time in the game, right? You know, you've gone from, you know, we are the... Ooh. Doors open! You go from a point in the game where you are the, you know, the eco-terrorist special forces to... You've just fallen through a... You've just fallen into, like, a cute little slum area, and the weirdly self-assured, you know, indie goth lass has just taken you under wing. Or maybe not goth, but indie punk lass has taken you under wing, and is basically weaponizing you. From that point onwards, she becomes a core part of your team, a core part of your party. With her healing abilities, it's very common for Aerith to always be in people's, like, standard lineup. And then she is taken away from you in a way you could not stop, in a way you could not change. In a PS1 era game, she is gone. And there's nothing you can do. And that is so evocative of real loss. It fucking hit people. Because you might have spent 5 hours playing that, or you might have spent 80. You know, you've leveled this character, you've got their equipment, you've got their moveset down, like... This ain't nothing. Alright, let me just clear out these guys before we enter. But other folks have made the very astute observation that, like, you know, you're playing a game where a death can be turned and twisted. Sorry, it can be turned and twisted. Where a death can be undone by a Phoenix Down. Oh no! Sorry, I was looking back. Arandio said that the OG Final Fantasy VII on PC, like back in the 90s, Aerith's death was spoiled because of a screensaver. I'm so sorry. Oh yeah, Scotty, and we will get on. We will get on to some fucking Ghostwire Tokyo and weapons and stuff being taken away. Let me just undo whatever this fucking atrocity is.
No one is allowed in or out of Jova. Go back to the town.
Oh, we weren't aware.
Hang on. Ethnic cards, please. Shoot them! No one is allowed in or out of Jova. Go back to the town.
Oh, we weren't aware.
Hang on. Ethnic cards, please.
Okay. Yeah, so they just gunned down 2 people trying to make a fucking break for it. Well done, Dingleberries. Well done. Well, I think numbers because the amount of JRPGs that did interesting things with Lost and stuff like that, a lot of them didn't get localized over here until way later. I mean, like, which of the Shin Megami Tensei games did we get? But it is interesting. But also, well, okay, Chrono Trigger, yes, but then Chrono Trigger's whole deal is time travel and, you know, unfucking the past. And if we're being perfectly honest about our fellow 90s babies, how many people actually played through Chrono Trigger? And how many people played that intro bit, loved it, and then got bored and played something else? Okay. Anyway, the time loops are closed. Yeah. And Numbers and Ultrazini, you are choosing to spend your Thursday evenings indulging in whichever video games you enjoy while listening to a British man talk about the emotional impact of loss in video games. We are not the standard. Yeah, and also, Alice, that's a very, very good point. Like, Aerith's loss is felt so acutely. It's very powerful. And, like, the series does stuff with loss and the ilk multiple times. You know, in a way, RPGs have this excellent power because they can engage us for a far longer time whilst still ultimately looking to tell a story. Alright, come on, kid.
Are you gonna let my uncle go?
He should be heading over any minute now. Okay.
I don't...
Do you want some mead, kid? Do children not drink? What am I supposed to do with them? Goida. Let's get this kid a beer. Yeah, that's the real secret of this game, is who's drinking my fucking mead. Not gonna lie, feels rather insulting. Okay, but that means we've got 2 time loops closed here. So the creatures won't be respawning. Although, if when we check the map, it shows this area is still, like, active or what have you, that probably means there might be an extra step into clearing the area. But yeah, Numbers, I do agree with you that gameplay thing of you just lost character who did thing, but now we're going to give you a character who's going to fill that same mechanical slot, very much cheapens senses of loss. Because you're either asking the user to suspend disbelief in terms of mechanics. Our healer just died. Thankfully, Dave Healerman has just popped into the party. Oh, cool, I guess new healer? It cheapens the character you had prior, and it cheapens their role to just a role. So, oh yeah, sorry, Healerman was Steve. It's Dave who died. Sorry, Hawks, thank you for correcting. What's up? Oh, babies haven't been this loud in a while. Hello. You want to come say hi? You hungry? Girls have got hay and everything. Choppa 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 chop. Wanna come say hello? Choppa 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 choppa. I got you. I got you. Hello. Alright, we're having a nugget break. Okay. Look who's come to say hello. No. You're not enjoying the salad? Dog is ready to lunch. Around here, have you not heard them? I guess they've been a little quiet over the summer. It's been a challenge keeping it cool for them in here, but they've been doing well. Yois. Hello. Yola. This is Cleona. She is the older of the 2 nugs. She is one of the... God, she's one of the original nuggets. She is a cuddle monster and a little sweetheart. Loves attention. Now, Diva is the one that we got that needed rehoming. She does not like being held. And she will ordain to spend time with us sometimes, although she doesn't like it when Cleo is out of the cage. No. Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. Girls want more Sally, huh? Alright, you know what? Since you've both been so good. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Diva, come get it. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Come and get it. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Tifa does not do as told, and that's okay. I realized the reason why they were squeaking was because yesterday I gave them their supplements, but I fell asleep before they got their treats. So basically, they get pellets and hay, but they get a fresh thing of salad every day, and they then get excuse me. They get a joint supplement because they're old ladies. And then they get just like their favorite little like apple and banana treat. But they didn't get that last night. Okay. So okay. So of the two places we can head to next. Alright, so at least Captain Vars is super dead. Dive bombing me, stupid bugs! Sorry. I kill you! I will destroy you! Laser beams! The fuck was I saying? Everything gets lost in my noggin so frequently. Yes. So Evil Von Warcrimes is dead. We will have two locations we can head to after this. We can either head to the National Library in Lathe, or we can head towards the Ministry of Cultural Affairs or what have you, which will probably be the Key of Rage. I'm figuring we should do the Keystone of Rage last, because I'll probably have to change my entire combat style for that one, and I don't want to, if I'm being perfectly honest. Let's have a look at the research points.
Find something interesting.
Okay, what have we got? Just the terracotta oil lamp.
Interesting find. Let's see what the server can tell us about it.
Terracotta oil lamps displayed an important part in the religious rites of early Setharism. Haitian youths were given a lamp along with a supply of food and water and were expected to navigate the labyrinthian passage between Mount Obek alone. A sort of pilgrimage or rite of passage that retraced the steps of their holy saint Parlam. If the youth found their way to the Eye of God, they were considered to be under the guiding gaze of Setharis and could rejoin society. The lamp not only provided illumination, but also considered to hold a piece of the golden star Styrius. Final resting place. Okay. But they had on them a tiny map, so cheeky, but interesting. Okay. Huh. Interestingly, we seem to have closed both of the portals, but it says threats present. Do I need to just fucking kill everything? Does one of you mind looking up what it means for threats clear in Hell Is Us? If you have a second. I'm just curious. Oh, wow. So, I didn't know we could zoom in until now. Okay. And now we know. And this shows the whole fucking region. Yeah, so there's the marshes heading up to Jova. Mustaine. Okay. Kill, murder, exterminate, destroy, and exterminate. Well, the thing is, I've just been navigating through this. Because I was like, oh, that's interesting. Here's Lathe, and we've got 2 different parts either side of it, which I guess... So I guess Labinia's the capital, with Lathe and Losserus being some of the larger cities. Oh, that's a good point, Scotty. Maybe this is something we got. But yeah, so Arandios, is it kill everything and close the time loops? Because what I might do is hop out of the truck now and just go on a murder spree around this way. Because there's a few areas like down this way where there, you know, a couple of creatures on the other side. According to a quick Google, alright. It's alright, this gives us a nice chance to have like a chat and a murder. And that means, depending on how long this takes, we can then head to one of the other areas quicker, or... Okay. As we've cleared out most of it, I'm going to hit this side, move through. So basically, like, sweep everywhere and move in. Ooh, Scotty, that could be a good point. Maybe it's like... Yeah, maybe it's just... It's only like that when you're in the cab rather than out and about. Okay. Alright. If it wiggles, it dies. But yeah, doing loss of characters is very, very challenging. Now, is there anyone here that minds if we talk about Cyberpunk spoilers? If you do, say so now, and I can pick another topic. Okay, Egg Verdant, no worry. Let me find another way to make the same point. I do remember there being a character in... I think it was Metro Exodus, who is exposed to the same thing that you're exposed to, but dies. And it's one of those things of like... If another character is in a similar situation to the player, then the same kinds of mechanics should govern that player's survival. Sort of govern that character's survival. I.e., in Metro, the character in question is exposed to some radiated gas, but so are you. They're then rendered like close to death, nearly inert. God, fuck my vocabulary is completely lost here. But you as the player are exposed to the same conditions and you just have an item that makes you feel better and win? Like, we've already shown the player that they can be healed by magical MacGuffin time, right? So by the very rules that the game itself has created, then is the illusion broken. Yeah, the chosen one. And look, that's fine if your game has a mechanic in it. Or a narrative conceit that makes you, you know, a special little chosen one, right? But if it doesn't have that, buddy, I need you to hit the other thing, please. Ah, yes, I was trying to find back down here, because I never did solve this puzzle. Okay. Fourth detachment of the Iris of Rage. So this is where we first started learning about our dad's whole shtick. But it has this here. There's something else in this whole area that is a torchlight puzzle that is driving me loopy. Why didn't this kill me? Good question. Finding the answer goes in your quest log. But I don't know, it's when the narrative and the mechanics do not match. And everybody talks about, well, used to talk about ludonarrative dissonance in this kind of point, but they not talk about, like, mechanical impacts. You know, the mechanics of your game are still a thing. Hang on. That was an asinine sentence. Let me just finish murdering these guys. What I mean is that the rules of combat, the rules of mechanics, are the rules which denote how your world operates. Oh, cool. Just need to save the yellow ones. Okay. So we can't go any further this way, so we'll just keep clearing the marshes. Yeah, and we came through there. Might need to head back up into the marshland area. I want to clear this area out. Because these guys respawn for as long as the time loops are still going. So we've got to do the tunnel of fuckery again, unfortunately. Alright, bastards, come on. Come on. Come on. Come by. Come by. Ah, there we go. And spin to win. Oh. Not as effective as I was hoping, I'm going to be honest with you. Okay, we cleared this bit out. That's the Omsif guy we saved. He's not the chosen one. He's a very naughty boy. So Orzine, in terms of the loss of characters, we're talking about ones that you directly interact with, so party members or characters you play as. In terms of the, like, conceits of, like, the chosen one, you know, it's that idea that you have an item that heals you of a thing, and then a thing happens to another character, and it's fatal. But there's nothing to differentiate you and them. You know, in the Metro series, you play as Artyom. You grew up in the Metro, you were a wee baby boy when your mam dragged you down there because, you know, bombs were dropping. But you're not you know, a mystical super shaman with laser eyes. So when you and a character are both exposed to the same thing, and they are rushed back to base in a life-threatening condition, and you just do healing items about it, you know, that's where that conceit can start to become, you know, grating. Because the more engaged a user is, the more the mechanics and the experience and the story are all one and the same. You know what I mean? Okay, so we came by this way. Killed that guy. There's other stuff this way. Now, I don't want to bring back conversations involving the magic.
Fool, good lens, great work. Getting too close. Watch for rats.
Okay. Ooh. We got this guy a telephoto lens, which he wanted earlier, to take photos of all the varying demons and whatnot, which he did. Whatever that is in the center, that is a puzzle that we can now solve. So let's continue our little clearing house and conversation. But back in the 90s, it was very in vogue to discuss what was called the magic circle, i.e. the state of play where, you know, everyone is engaged in the story and the magical MacGuffins and whatnot. Thankfully, it kind of fell apart. Also, we now live in an age where... Oh, is this it? Oh, this might be it. He might have just given us the solution to this puzzle. The question is, what is up?
I remember playing Tales of Abyss and my main character stabbed a man in a cutscene to death with a wooden training sword. It was hilarious.
He knows what he did. He knows what he did. Okay, so in theory, this one should be 2 arrows, which would mean this one would be... four little guys. And this one would be half shoe. But it's whether they face inwards or whether it's in this order. So like if you're looking at it from this angle as with the picture. No. Okay. So let's assume it's looking inwards. So that would make this one this. Oh, sorry. And Akari Zero, thank you for the bits. Where are my fucking manners? Get all into talking about arty-farty nonsense and dunking on the concept of the magic circle. There we go. Ooh, Arlen's Last Stand. Defy the hand of fate. Become immune to control effects when exhausted. Fuck yeah. So we can tell the hermit guy. No, seriously, and Akari Zero, I want to say again, because, you know, there's a lot of folks here who month in, month out throw in a lot. The conversation I had earlier about, like, Twitch numbers declining and things like that because of the anti-botting and whatnot, I don't have to freak out about that because you lot keep me alive. That will always be the most fucking cool thing ever. Thank you.
Wall is full. Good lens. Great.
Okay, he doesn't have anything else to say. Alright, now let's continue cleaning house. I wish, Hawks, I wish. I've got one friendo over at Valve these days, but they're working on, whatchamacallit, their hero shooter. That'll probably end up taking over the world again. My brain wants to say Defiance. Deadlock! Thank you. Team Fortress 3. No, I'd love to sit down with someone at Valve and be like, look, these are the problems and here's how we fix them. But Valve's decentralized decision-making, i.e. Gaben doesn't want to have to do anything, means that a lot of that stuff's not going to get addressed. And that's fine. You know, I'm glad Valve exists. I'm glad we have them. You know, fucking Origin was never going to save the gaming industry. Ubisoft Direct was never going to provide a suitable lifeboat by which we might survive the coming ridiculousness. Direct to Drive was never our fucking colony ship. Fucking games for Windows Live. I mean, it's the same kind of... A lot of the challenges when working on the very, very corporate side of video games is dealing with the very, very corporate side of capitalism. And it's very easy for us to see what is wrong because we don't have to deal with the nonsense, right? One of the things that people say is like, working at Microsoft, one must become very, very versed with a certain way of being, a way of speaking. This kind of corporate language, because that is the language of the land. You know, you're not working at a company where the goal is to create the best thing or to make the best thing. You are essentially working at a gigantic dynasty with emperors and warlords and dickheads. You know? I say this because, like, Game Pass could have dominated the industry and done some good at the same time. It never will. It never will. Because someone in one of the different empires within will always be out to fuck over the others, you know? Now, I guess, sorry, Hawks was just saying that the Bungie guys talk about how Microsoft kind of infected. Yeah, there's a style of language and a style of development that they bring with them that is very destructive. But I also have that fool me once, shame on you, fool me 3 times, shame on me. Bungie is bought by Microsoft, has a bad time. Is then bought by Activision, has a bad time. Gets out from under Activision, is bought by Sony, will now dissolve. I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying not to be overtly negative. I'm not hoping for Bungie's failures or problems in any way, shape, or form. I hope they get to maintain their cool. I hope that Sony doesn't strip them for parts. I'm not confident, but I hope. And rebellions are built on hope. Yeah, and it's not... They laid off so many great folks, and Sony has put so much undue stress and pressure on them. Poor fuckers, you know? Oh shit!
I still can't believe what happened.
I never found these guys!
We were finally leaving Jova. This massive creature materialized ahead of us. Swatted the truck aside like a fly. We grabbed what we could, slogged through the marsh. The creatures were everywhere. What the hell are they? Rojo and I are the only 2 left. I'm almost out of metformin. I'm a goner without those pills. Even if I wasn't stuck in a goddamn swamp, sourcing medication in a war-torn country is next to impossible. What a disaster.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Hawks was just saying that Concord didn't help. It didn't. Because Concord was quite a few ex-Bungie folks and I forget the founding team, were all very prolific in their fields. But what I heard from people who were brought in to help unfuck that project, which sadly they didn't succeed in, was that that project was woefully mismanaged, and Sony did not keep a rein on the actual development of it until they realized it was going to be a fucking shit show.
That's exactly what I need. Where did you get these? Well, thank you. You've probably just saved my life.
I like to imagine you're the guy next to him. My metformin helps keep my blood sugar under control, but hardly be a goner without it. Shut up, Frank! The guy with the dual axes who kills monsters doesn't need to know that I'm okay and I'm hiding.
You've saved my life.
How you doing?
How the hell did you find us? No, it doesn't matter. We were part of the peacekeeping mission assigned to Jova. When the order to pull out came in, I was so relieved.
Yes. See, Hawks, this is... I know you know this, and most of the Longship know this, because at this point, if you're hanging out with my dumb ass on a Thursday, you either have worked in the games industry, or you've hung out with me and I've told you. But, like, shit on a lot of big publishers, and deservedly so in our current climate. But what has been frequent over the years is dev teams with little to no control that just start to meander off the rails. Like, those teams are all now either toast or burnt. A lot of them did not come back. And a lot of times, nobody wants to shit talk a studio that's gone under. You know, I often talk about Big Blue Box, who fucked around when they were supposed to be making Fable 1. And they fucked around so hard, the rest of Lionhead had to absorb them and then make it themselves. They were pulled off of games they wanted to make to finish Fable, which ultimately ended up being wildly successful. Go figure.
Our CO, Lieutenant Rue, convinced us to stay for a few days. I wanted out of this place so bad. And it didn't take much effort to convince the others to leave with me.
One of the things I've said repeatedly is you give me like 5 or 6 people whose coping mechanism is make games about it, and I will give you the world. Yeah, and Hawks, that's one of the things that we won't ever really know. Like, but I would say that with the culling over the last couple of years, maybe 1 or 2 of those projects were actually floundering. Most of it is, well, the cull to make number go up, because while we can never truly know which video game projects are managed well and which ones are poorly, again, we all know of games that are monumentally brilliant, that were absolutely managed shite. There are games that are heralded as the best in class that had the worst dev cycle because management fucking sucked. Actually, one we can talk about is Disco Elysium. That was a fucking shit show. Brilliant game. It was a shit show to such an extent that the team is now fractured and suing each other. But there are also projects that are running well and on time and doing things that have been canned because of the current state of things.
And now we're stuck here. No way in hell I'm going back out there without support.
And there's no way for us to know which are which.
Contact HQ.
Because as a friend told me about a game they worked on, is that they don't want to crack open that tin of drama lest the game only be remembered for the drama. And I'm like, fuck yeah. And it's a game he worked on and shit like that. And like, even
How the hell did you find CO? And now we're stuck here. No way in hell I'm going back out there without support. I need it.
Satcom radio. Alright. Okay, so there's multiple of these switches throughout the area in these little temples. One dotted, one not. that's probably where we're going to have to work out the fucking nonsense. Oh shit, I actually have these. Oh, wait, no, that's a grief rod. I'll have to come back to this one. I never found this place the first time round, so let's hear it for exploration. You know, a grief rod does sound like a horrible euphemism out of context. I tell you though, on the subject of like publishers and interventions and whatnot, one that definitely either needed more time or needed the publisher to kick somebody in the fucking teeth was Mind's Eye. Like, IO Interactive will probably never publish another game after that one. And Aiden, also and welcome. Like, the James Bond game coming up is IO Interactive in-house, which I'm very grateful for. And they've been able to build like a tiny corner of the world on the back of their, you know, of Hitman coming back from the grave. But damn. Like, Mind's Eye was such a shit show. And I do wonder if IO Interactive went, you know what, you're an experienced person, you worked on this game, you know, you just keep making your game, it'll be fine. Only to find out that they actually should have stepped in and kicked some fucking asses. And it's, in times past, I would have given, in some situations, the publisher a little bit more benefit of the doubt because of situations like that. Parkour!
Mind's ID's son.
Mind's ID's nuts. DJ Coyle, how are you doing? And thank you. 16 months. We're just kind of talking about everything and nothing this evening. I was mentioning that not all publisher meddling is inherently bad. Ooh! We have the entrance to that gold clover as well. We're also clearing out one of the earlier areas in Helizas before potentially jumping into some new segments. Huh. Okay, Scroll of Eulogy. He who shall remain nameless, the hand of Sethras, vanquisher of evil, protector of Jova. In the year of calamity, the fingers of death had all but enveloped Jova. When all seemed lost, a champion rises to deliver us from the catastrophe. Single-handedly, he lays low the demon hordes as if possessed by Sethras himself. Blessed are these lands of golden clover, safe now and forever. About that. May the spirit of our guardian watch over us, an unwavering bulwark against darkness. Principality of Jova lies in your debt forever, brave knight. Found this at Goodwill. It's good. The Bloodseeker. Revel in victory of your foe, restoring health and limbic energy. That seems fucking powerful. Okay. I haven't really been using Call of the Griffin, but I guess we can experiment with this. Oh. But yeah, this does also seem to be implying that during the Great Calamity, another, you know, limbic-wielding warrior was the person of legend. So I wonder how this is going to deal with the whole, like, concept of, you know, history legends versus reality. Shit, I think we've cleaned this place out. Now, can we check on... No, this is a few more kicking around. But in theory, they shouldn't respawn now that we've cleaned out... Now that we've closed both time loops, these fuckers shouldn't respawn. But yeah, so before DJ Coyle, you joined us, we were talking about a lot of things. I forget how we got onto the topic of publishers not always being bad. We were talking about... I guess we were talking about Bungie and how, you know, fool me once, sign with a publisher who infects your game's culture and your studio, shame on you. Fool me 3 times, Activision and then Sony. Let's try about this. Wah. At least Activision was a publishing deal. Yeah, but I mean, you and I both saw the effects of that deal. Okay. I think I've gotten everybody. Don't see anybody fucking moving, that's for sure. Is that a blokey or is that a dead tree? Oh, I think that's a blokey I missed. Alright, let's go fucking murder him. No, it's a tree. I mean, Hawks, it's not that crazy. Like, FromSoft games make bank. Like, we now know that Sekiro was a lot more technically difficult than its counterparts. And I don't know how it did financially, but I would hazard not as well as the rest of, like, the modern FromSoft catalog. But I bet you it still made cash. And it's kind of interesting to think about how Bloodborne was probably an exclusivity deal. Okay, I have no idea what you mean by MTX. I will assume THX and the BWOW. Was that a guy or is that a flag? Alright. Alright, sound off. Who's not dead? So I can change that. Oh, microtransactions? Ugh. Just remember, like, acronyms are the bane of our nonsense. But, again, it's not that wild. You know, Activision know a good deal when they get one. It's just, when they have any kind of control to exert on a project, they absolutely will. Oh, yeah, he got his... This was the messed up area. A little sprig of red keeps getting me. Jesus. Oh, fuck. Okay, so we didn't manage to do all of the good deeds. Through my faffing about, I guess we took too long on saving that guy's life. What, giving him... Okay. Now I feel bad. Shit. Okay. It's just a game about ponies. Damn. The thing is, I wouldn't have even found this. I wouldn't have even found this if we hadn't been faffing about doing this whole, like... Damn. Alright, well, the dog's okay. That's what's important. Whew. Anyway, yeah, that's messed up. Sorry, I'm trying to re-grasp my train of thought. No, it's gone. I think all I wanted to add is it continues to make me smile. Just how much things have changed for From Software over the years, and look, I know it can't happen to everyone, but I wish it could. You know, this idea of if you just keep making the games that you like and you wanna, and you keep those budgets sensible, eventually people will start to realize. You know, one thing that's been really funny is, you know, remembering what people said about Demon's Souls when it came out, how it was slow and clunky and bad and hard. And then when Dark Souls started to gain traction and Demon's Souls started to be re-reviewed, people would then, like, offhandedly say, well, at least it's not Kingsfield, right? And now that the legacy of FromSoft continues to be solidified, and people are going back and re-reviewing their works and being like, oh, wait, no, actually, Kingsfield was fucking great as well. And Hawks, I can't see that studio going all in on multiplayer titles anytime soon. What I can see though is that we're not going to see a game as big as Elden Ring anytime soon. They were very, very adamant that no, we're not doing that shit again. And I respect that, you know. Because, like, Elden Ring and then Shadows of the Erdtree, I mean, Jesus, Shadows of the Erdtree was more quality and more game than I have seen in a lot of just games. Yeah, I mean, Hawks, I'd love to see them...
Without you and Victor, when the Owen pulled out, I just... Seeing this much death and suffering, I kept a picture of her in the truck.
Okay, there we go.
You found the picture. This is incredible. Thank you. Looking at this picture
Okay.
means everything to me. I will get out of here.
I knew we were hanging on to that. Still, nobody wants the mead. And yeah, in Hawks, it's kind of fascinating because, like, FromSoft were doing weird, interesting shit when everyone else was still learning how to emulate Resident Evil 2. Alright. Let's get crafting.
Let's get those weapons serviced.
Oh, okay, I haven't gotten any large shards yet, and I have... vanquish an enemy restores your health and stamina. Strikes against you will use the stamina cost of your next attack. That's fucking cool. It's quite interesting that the grief tier is all about taking damage. Terror is about avoiding it. And the ecstasy kit is if you've been really hurt, you're just going to go fucking hog wild. And all the rage kit is about dealing damage. Kind of fascinating. Okay. Alright, so by all intents and purposes, I think I've cleared out everything here. So let's see if the map reflects that. Ah, yes, DJ Coyle. For some fucking reason, Quantic Dreams, a studio that somehow persists and is famous for making very linear stories with famous people in them, they've spun off a team to make a MOBA in 2025. I do not know why they have done this. I could not tell you. Alright, it doesn't say clear. What have I missed? Alright, if I now hop out the truck, I wonder if the creatures have respawned. Because they shouldn't have. But it could be there needs to be like an additional narrative element to consider an area clear. Okay. Yeah, the gangly fuckers aren't respawning. So yeah, it might be a narrative conceit, or there might be an area we're not able to get into yet that has a monster in. I don't know.
Do we need to go to sleep? Lol. ...
I sure hope not. Okay. So I think what we should do is next locale being the National Library.
Do you have anything for me?
No new items. Oh, anything to talk about?
Let me know if you want.
No? Okay. Yeah, I think we should hit the National Library next, and we'll do the Key of Ecstasy. And then the Key of Rage. Although... Jazulin's Chapel... But we closed the time loop at Mosterian, right? Hang on, let's have a look. Mosterian Marshes, closed. Collapsed. Turn to... Alright, there's an unknown time loop in Sendra Forest, which we haven't found. Okay. The time loop at the Limbic Forge is a Theta signature, but we haven't found all the Time Loop Guardians. And we closed the one in Talju. Ah, yes, we haven't found the last one in there. Okay. Alright, so yeah, let's go get our rewards. Then we'll head to... then we shall head to the library. Or we can just pick a random location and go wild. Scotty, thank you for the bits again. Today's been a very kind of high-thinky day. I spent a little bit too much time in my own head last night and today, so... it's been lovely to be able to natter it through with you all. We do like mission rewards. And at some point, Blokey here is going to start giving us some more info. Now, to those who joined late, the interesting bit of story lore we got is that the person who's been yelling at us on the APC radio is our mum. The reason she's working for Not Umbrella Corp is that our dad fucking ratted her out when she was trying to smuggle us out of the country. And so even though he's part of the Order of the Limbic Knights, the heroes who are supposed to be fighting back against this, you know, emotional wound, he also ratted out his wife and child? Sunday, but it is not this day, Scotty. It is not this day. Okay. Give me the goodies.
What's our status on time loops?
Good. You closed a few of them. I'm sure there are more out there.
Ooh. Ooh. Greatly enhancing the healing pulse ability.
Have I helped?
The bare minimum.
Alright. Thanks for all of that. I don't know. I feel like I get to have all the good parts of a pub conversation with you all about like meandering game theory and whatnot. One of the nice things about conversations like this is when you don't have to be the one who actually implements it, which is nice. Alright, well then, Aiden, have a lovely rest of your evening, and if we see you later, then great. Otherwise, take it easy. Dronio is so much fun. Okay. The threats of Taiju are clear. I wonder. Marston, we did that. Gillen's Chapel. Let's go have a look. You know what? Fuck the National Library. Let's go here. I don't know what's there. I can't remember narratively, but fuck it. Kind of feel bad that that one person didn't get his stuff, but... I want to explore some new areas. Going to a library right now, I mean... anyone can do that. It's a library. Got ourselves a lot of closed gates. And no visitor center. Ah yes, I see we're on the Resident Evil era of can't get through it. I have an axe made of purified, solidified rage. But a small chain has stopped my advance. What the fuck? Alright. It's nice to see the folks from Wrath of the Druid still getting work.
Blessings to you. I haven't seen another soul since the demons appeared. What wicked days we live when hell itself opens up. I've been trapped here for weeks. Despite the manifest calamity upon me.
Yeah. What do you need?
My father recently passed, and my indolent brother refuses to deal with the ashes. He's abdicated all responsibility, and the urn now sits in our empty ancestral home. A home located across the street from a graveyard, mind you. How lazy can you be? Setherus, save him. It grieves me so that I cannot return home to gather his ashes. I would like to
Okay, yeah, I'll get it. Don't even worry about it, buddy. It is I, Sir Fetch Quest, Knight of the Limbic Fuckery. Who's ready to get their ass kicked? Oh shit. Alright, these are our first level 3 foes, so I've actually got to... Right. That's the first time I've had my ass kicked in quite some time. Alright, I've actually got to fucking play it like we mean it. And oh look! More crime! Yeah, well, that escalated quickly. Damn. Oh no, I'm going for the fucking kill there. Whew. Alright. Time Loop Guardian was slain. Level 3. So yeah, it's time to start kicking ass and farming goodies. And I'm all out of ass. In fairness, Vert and Flow, I did not have an ass to speak of to begin with, as is my curse. And we'll probably need to farm these guys a whole bunch, because this is the first place we found where we can get level 3 shards. Which, if I can get my axe kicking more ass, we're on to a winner. I'm here to kick ass and farm goodies, and I'm all out of ass. It's a condition. Pocket watch with a simple 5-digit dial. Interesting. I mean, look, friends, I know this hasn't been the game for us all, right? This has not brought in the crowds by the squillions on twitch.television, and it is not the lightest of things to have trundling around on your Thursday, but I will say that this game's got teeth, and I haven't seen anybody else in our spheres really giving it the time of day. forked. Okay, so I think we... Y7. Wake up and open your eyes. Those post-its, I think, are forming some kind of code we'll have to use later. The war has taken everything. My men, good hard-working boys, traded their tools for guns and went chasing glory in the promises by lying politicians. So the site stands still, half restored. I leave my machines and equipment where they stand, not out of choice but necessity. When the roads are safe, I will return to claim what is mine. Until then, may these iron bones remain untouched by greed or war alike. So 50p and a bag of skips. This is the way we'll be going for the Key of Rage. So I think we'll explore the surrounding area. Little Fire has had a shitey day. So I wouldn't say I'm on standby, but I want to make sure that once they get back, I can kind of make sure they're not waiting outside and stuff like that, you know. Also, any amount of time spent farming this area is going to be good for me because I'm going to need these shards. Because once I can get the axes upgraded, we can get in some real trouble. Oh, this is going to suck. Lock on! Jesus, pissing Christ. I got real spicy there. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Scam. Sorry, it was a heart-stop moment because it wasn't a scam-likely number, and it was one of those, like, we're calling from a government agency calls. No, you're not. Oh, sorry, that got my little adrenaline going for a second there. Whew. Damn. Sorry, I didn't think that would rattle me. Sorry, friends. Whew. Friends, I'm going to use this opportunity before I have to rush on down and fish out Little Fire and whatnot to take a quick little break, so I can just splash some cold water on my face. I said it. You probably saw in my face. I had a brief moment of abject panic there, followed by, oh, okay, no, we're all right. But I am busting for the loo, and I could definitely use a moment to calm and collect myself. So, I'm going to use the loo, then I'll come back and we'll put, well, depending on Little Fire's timings. Scratch that. We should probably get some fishing going now. I think that's the play. So, how spooky is this music? Is this suitable fishing nonsense? This is good ambient fish music. Okay. So I know it is a quiet afternoon, but I hope you will enjoy a little bit of time by the pool. So yeah, friends, I'll be back in, should we say, 5 or 10 minutes? Fish, grab snacks, plot, scheme. I can't stop you. But seriously, if you've been hanging out and chilling here today, like, thank you. Thank you. You know? Oh, jeez. Sorry, like I said, I didn't expect that to scare the pee-pee out of me. Bloody... Whew. Like I said, I'm very cognizant of these things. A few years back, a friend got stung by one of those schemes where they had to, like... They had to send money, otherwise there was a warrant for their arrest and things like that. And I have to remember that, like, they get you by discombobulating you and pressuring you. And then, yeah, next thing you know, they've scammed you for a bunch of money. But it's just, you know, when you hear someone aggressive on the phone, whew. Nope. Aeon, you've been working late. Like, it is understandable, friend. And like, the conversation's been really good today. Thursdays are always the day when we have the least amount of folks hanging out here, and that's fine, you know? So long as you lot don't mind me playing this game and mind me nattering along like there's no tomorrow, then I'm feckin' happy. Alright? Anyway, I'm gonna go fish out, a redhead. I will see all of your lovely selves in just a second. Fish well, have fun. I'll be back.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hello, fish fans. I hope the fishing is treating you well. Little fire got stuck in traffic. So you got me for a couple more seconds. Is that a crab with a butthole? Scotty, is that a crab with a butthole? Okay, no, it's just a regular crab. Okay. Sorry. Just saw the little cross, and I was like, excuse me, what? Excuse me, what? Is that a crab's butthole? Oh, that's the mouth. Poor bugger. No wonder they're so crabby all the time. Mr. Krabs, why is your mouth a butthole? do love our days, friends. They're not complicated days, and they are not overly dramatic, but getting to spend our time and our afternoons and our nonsense with video game talk, video game shared, and all of the ilk between does make me very happy. A few people found out that, myself included, that the Junji Ito horror game does use generative AI art in it. I feel very bad about that one. Kind of always feel bad having to be the bearer of news when it comes to this stuff, but I don't know what it is about Junji Ito adaptions that are cursed. Someone should look into that. Anyway, now I'm going to go grab Little Fire for realsies. So keep fishing, keep battling. A lot of you do owe me custom fish. And some of you have sent me custom fish, and I need to add them because I'm a terrible host. But I hope you're all having fun, friends. Pacow. I don't know. I'm terrible at ending conversations and stuff. Pacow. What the fuck is wrong with me? Sorry, we were just trundling up and...
Let me get that. We're going to talk about the cost of health insurance. That's what we're going to talk about.
Do we have to?
Yes.
I mentioned smash burgers.
Because I finally hit that quota, that mark where you have to, you have to be employed X amount of time before, you are covered for insurance.
Do we...
Let's go. Wild guess how much it was going to cost me a month? There's two balances. One is pre-work covering half, and that's cute.
Yeah, that's Detective Me from when we did the...
And the other is what I'm gonna have to pay a month. If work wasn't covering 50%, it would cost me alone, just me, $687.24 a month. I'm still going to have to come out of pocket $343.62 a month. That doesn't cover dental. That's extra. An extra $42.06.
I mean, that $42 might as well be pissed away. I had a very long conversation with the people when I was having my tooth done, because I had like an hour between the sessions, and they're like, nah, everyone thinks it's dentists who are terrible. Nah, it's insurance, don't pay shit for dental. Yeah. Hell is under the yoke of capitalism.
But, I have to do it.
Yes, I mean...
Because I can't rely on the VA, the VA takes forever.
Who would be uninsured in this hellscape?
Not that it matters. It's not going to cover anything. Okay. That's all I wanted to say. We don't have to talk about it further.
You know what? We have nothing dramatic or otherwise over here. We had one little bit of disappointment.
Oh no.
The Junji Ito game on Steam.
Oh, I saw your fucking book. Oh my god. It makes my skin itch.
Yeah. Well, it turns out that it's a company that may or may not have gotten the license via the Netflix stuff. And he's not actually involved.
Doesn't matter.
But it's a Chinese company, and who were bragging about... So they're a big game farm of a company. They used to have 80 artists. They downsized to 20 artists by replacing them all with AI. Yeah. So not only is it a corporate project...
Okay. I'm going to be honest with you. Oh,
no, sorry.
What did you do?
No, we're good, we're good. Whew, that was spicy for a second there.
I think it's really important for you to always know what your name is associated with.
Yes.
Especially something like that, because as we have all had we've all seen, a lot of people don't actually read articles.
No.
or anything. So all it takes is a headline that says, so-and-so supports AI. Boom. That's it.
Yeah. And of all the folks, lovely cat-fearing Junji Ito.
That's really upsetting.
Have you read his short stories about his cat? What? Not everybody has.
Sometimes I feel like this man knows so much about me, and then other times I'm like, does he listen to me talk at all? You know?
Room set to 5 years or over to fish. Scotty, sorry about that. I thumbled it as I was trying to push the BRB off. I have a button in case of a hate raid that just goes, children shush now.
Anyways, talk about it.
No, just that it's he uses his horror art style to tell the stories of his cat and whether or not his cats are plotting to destroy him.
Probably is.
It's really sweet. But God, he just, I don't know who his like rep is or who his like agent is, but they need to be fired into the sea.
Not all money is good money.
Not all money is good money. Oh, but yeah, it's been a pretty uneventful day. Like, hell is us. We finished the Tower of Atrocities and saved some people.
This is kind of a... I'm trying to think of the right word. I'm gonna say difficult. It's probably not the happiest of subjects.
What, this video game?
Game-wise.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. In fact, because when you start the game, you see the current bad that is happening. And what we just finished is the kind of like the generational trauma of it. So back in their equivalent of the medieval times, this lunatic built a tower and had all of the, what they called heretics, marched up this broken spiky staircase to the top and then pushed into a huge pit. So the pit of corpses we found last week, those were all people who were marched up the tower and then shoved down. And like that level of like historical genocide then leading to this generational hatred, which we're seeing the effects of in this game. Like, so yeah, it's a real chipper gut buster of a run. Also, our mum's a ninja.
Okay, so we're sure our mom's still alive?
Yes.
Okay.
So the person who was saying you've made a big mistake in the NPC, that's our mum.
Oh.
So we might be dealing with a bad dad situation, even though he's dead. Yeah, I know. Basically, when she went to smuggle us out of the country, he ratted on her. She gets taken by not Umbrella Corp, but they saw that she had training dealing with these creatures. So she got basically voluntold that she was going to be working for the evil corporation.
Yeah, he got what he deserved, I
Yeah.
guess.
Which is why they knew where to hit him, because she got captured because he ratted her out. Yeah, Nova, I just decided to open the cage under the bed for a bit.
Finally. Only had to chew on the bars like for the last 5 hours.
You got really strong teeth.
I know.
That's why you need dental. It's the bars.
Yeah. Maybe I'll get fed.
Okay, joking aside, it's chicken Alfredo tonight with homemade garlic bread. However, the beef curry was definitely a good one.
Oh, that was really good. Yeah, that's what I had for lunch. That was good.
And if you're okay with it next week, money willing, if you're okay with it next week, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get fresh beef, dice it, and then give it that same rub I did on the top, because I could tell the pieces which had gotten attention and the ones that hadn't.
Okay.
And then that's going to go into the slow cooker, but it won't be for quite as long, with slightly more sauce.
Okay. Yeah.
That's my plan.
Well, add it to the... Well, I guess you want to get it fresh. So I can just send you money to pick it. We need to make a grocery list.
We do.
So we actually have a grocery list check off thing.
Putting the gross in groceries. So yeah, so friends, I mean, there's only a few casts left, but if you'll want to throw in one more cast before we bring this to a close and have a potential fish legend, I know I'm gonna. I saw somebody got a Manta Ray and a Detective Will, so I think the numbers are pretty high. So yeah, throw in those exclamation fish, friend. Let's stack it up. But gaming news has been so-so. One of the most popular Doom engines is having an internal strife because the main guy went loopy and put a bunch of AI code in. So the rest of his team have quit and now made it fork.
Oh my god.
I know.
Just leave it alone.
I know.
Just leave AI alone.
It's just bad.
I'm just convinced like people they just hate themselves.
I think so.
I don't know how else to explain that.
They're making their own damage our problem. Like, games still selling like hotcakes. I thought the thing that you sent me was very, very funny about the AI girlfriend leak.
Oh yeah. Is it like unfortunate? Like I shared it on my TikTok story. And it's like, is it unfortunate? Sure. Do I feel bad? No, I don't. Sorry, don't feel bad. Also, I'm not sorry.
I've kind of been like ambiently nattering about everything and nothing for most of the day.
That's what you usually do.
Fair. Steam Next Fest is getting to that point now where we're starting to see the good shit rise.
Okay.
So I was skimming it before it, and kind of during the start of the stream, and like there are some banging horror stuff coming.
Is there?
Yeah, no, seriously.
Okay.
Someone. Okay. Oh, actually, I could potentially head to the PO box tomorrow before starting everything. That could be cool.
Okay.
And Scotty, fair. A lot of the FOMO and the hype is stuff that people have bought into as well. It's fascinating that it's something that people have tied their personalities to, right? Like, imagine tying your personality to the success of, I don't know, Lime Scooter. You don't work for them, you don't really use them, but like, you know, you've argued online about how great they are.
Yeah.
And yeah, like, one of the things we talked about earlier today was this would be the perfect time for a lot of American companies to consider sponsored, like, advertising games. Like Chex Quest and Sneaking and Pepsi Man. Like, taking an advertising budget, giving it to a game dev and being like, make me a game about this. But here's the thing is, Nova, I know if there was conspiracies, it would be between you two. So...
Ugh, gross. Who does that?
There was an article doing the round of somebody who interviewed Cybertruck owners, and the funniest one was, "What does your wife think of this?" And the guy was like, "I don't know. She left me."
Good.
And then followed up with, "I guess women don't like Cybertrucks." That cracked me up so much this morning. And then I'm sipping my coffee and chortling because it's this idea of, obviously, the kind of person who based their whole personality around it is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
But no, they're fine.
Yeah.
It's just that women don't like Cybertrucks.
That goes along with the article thing that I read earlier today on lunch, where it was like, it was this guy talking about the divorce came out of nowhere. I don't know what happened. It's like nothing was wrong with me. She just left one day. Yeah.
I bought the Cybertruck and then suddenly she was gone.
Sure thing, Bill. She just left.
There is also a funny correlation between people that own Cybertrucks and look like a thumb. I don't know why. We can all have a little bit of Schadenfreude on a Thursday afternoon as a treat. You know. I try not to indulge it too much because the feeling superior to people who spend silly money on a truck is funny, but it's insidious.
TJ Quell. Yeah, what were you doing on January 6th?
That is actually true from that same article, which is very funny. That's not even a bit. That's from the same thing. Oh,
God.
Yeah, exactly, Scotty. If you use that trunk wrong, you could lose a thumb. And no more casts, please. No more casts.
Oh, what a great time to go grab my phone.
Oh, but yeah, we are still drowning in good games. People would keep asking me if I've started Ball X Pit yet, and I'm like, no.
Kakashi.
Kakasi's fine. Sneak that little like running reel in.
Hashtag justice for...
I mean, Kakashi managed to beat out Jamami in fucking street racing.
Because I handed them a shank. Unofficially.
Obviously, there are no rules in street marble racing, so shanks are allowed.
Yeah. IGN for the plans. Oh, I will look momentarily. Thank you.
What do you mean for the... What do you mean for the plans
You're
of things?
Too on it. Like, I have to wait until you stop thinking about it.
Ah.
And then shit happens.
Okay. But what is important is it is a week and a day till your birthday.
Yeah.
So one thing I've decided, friends, is that I'm going to take the Friday of Little Fire's birthday off, because Little Fire would like to stream that day. And because we don't have the ability to do 2 streams at once here, you know, I think the least I can do is basically be your table service for your birthday.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you want to do. Mm-hmm. Make you up something nice. You get to spend the day streaming.
Well, day. I mean, I still have to work. But I'll start when I get back.
Could pour some presents on you. Yeah. Will. I'm in danger. Me every morning. Okay. I've got a sneaky last cast there because I hesitated.
Yeah.
Dice is like, haha!
Dice is like, your silly moves don't apply to me.
Let's see what Dice managed to sneak in. It's the conch! Well done, everyone. But I kind of have taken us to the wrong place so far in this game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm so shocked.
Congratulations to DJ Coil, Bacon, and Misnomers. That was actually a pretty close race.
Top 3 have been pretty close the last handful of times.
Yeah. Watch me not even be in the top 20. Nope, not even in the top 20.
Oh, well, yeah, they got a freaking whale.
A whale, a king crab, and a duck. Oh man, there was a lot of bangers in this. Well done, everybody. Well done.
I like how an old PC is more expensive than my gremlin.
I can change it. I can make it so the gremlin is more expensive.
I mean, in this economy, is wild to me.
Well, it's because of they're retro now. They're like collectors. People collect that shit.
You just call mine. You know what?
Okay.
Fair.
So yeah, DJ Coil, have a ponder. Think what you'd like to add. Message me on Discord when you come up with a good idea. Little gremlin. So yeah, I was checking out this new area that's kind of like a ruined church and cathedral area, but it's the next step up of enemies, and they're kind of kicking the crap out of me. So I'm wondering if I should be pursuing one of the other regions first. There's a weird priest who lost his dad's ashes.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, there hasn't been any massive reveals in this so far story-wise, except for the fact that our mum's a ninja. I do think the unreliable narrator is in play, though, because at the beginning, when we first get our cool sword, we see one of these folks get fucking killed by a basic monster, right? Except we now know that the masks are for specialists. So we found 2 of them in a case. The different groups of these, like, not Umbrella Corp troops are trained to fight limbic monsters. So they're actually equipped for this. And depending on the mask, that's what you specialize in fighting. So she was Red Mask, which means she specializes in fighting rage monsters or with a rage style. Yet she got her ass kicked by the most basic of guys. And we got her stuff.
Interesting.
Right?
Sure.
But because this is we are playing the story that's being told to Neckfin Cheeseman.
Is that? What is that?
Oh, that?
What the fuck is that?
Oh, you haven't met Dave. What's up, Dave? Yeah, these things are fucking weird. So that thing changes the area and it turns into this like strange area of topography weirdness.
No, you just fat fingered it.
Yeah, Nova, that was me faffing. I hit the wrong button. Like that game, I hit the wrong button. But hey, at least we know the emergency button works. There's these guys throwing a fucking curly whirly at us. Ow! 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 Ow!
Don't do that. Did I? Your mom's a ninja. You should really be better at this.
These are the new guys. Stop it! I don't even know what a curly whirly is. Keep it fit. But yeah, actually, it has been interesting because I hate that I'm blanking on which member of the Longship has gotten really into like restoring retro PCs, like old Pentiums and stuff. And it's like a whole thing now because there are a bunch of games that they're just too tricky to emulate for modern systems. So people are building old rigs to be able to play them, which is kind of cool. Like, MechWarrior 3 is almost fucking impossible to play on modern systems. Despite being one of the better, like, giant robot games. But it's that thing of, they tied the frame rate to the CPU speed. So you can get it working, and everything will be playing normal, but if you just push forward ever so slightly, you will zip across the entire map, explode, and die.
Oh, okay. Sure, yeah.
Because it has no way of slowing you down. Is that the things to mess with me, or is there something else? Can I ask about the interesting noises?
I mean, you can ask. Doesn't mean you're gonna find out.
Touche.
You're not my dad. I don't have to answer you.
I'm very glad I am no one's father. Also, that would create some serious time travel fuckery. Orzine, it is yourself. My brain is goo of late. I was chatting with Emmons very briefly because I told you I messaged him like happy birthday and stuff, and he was like, "Yeah, you know, work's going good. I'm working on this cool thing," and I'm like, "You're gonna have to tell me what project you're working on because my brain cannot seem to pull it from the void." God, there was a time when I used to. Oh fuck.
Oh.
Oh fuck.
It's going well.
Yes. That is rank 3 grief. Damn, these guys are tough. Oh, we had our first proper boss fight, which was really cool. It was like this strange, like, darkened pillar dimension, and you had to follow the ripples on the water to find where the monster was hiding. Sorry, that was level 3 Terror. And so the first time you do battle with it, it's one of those things, but slightly bigger. But then the next time you look around, and it's changed the whole area into this trap. Then the third time you fight it, it's changed it all into a labyrinthian maze. So you're in the dark with just these ripples of water to follow and these dark green, like, impossibly large walls. This game's a bit good. Ah, yeah, the Voodoo Dream, the Voodoo 3, the dream of gaming. Ah, good times. But yeah, no, it would be... It was as if her brother Conrad plunged the dagger into Thalio's back, and she and Varn looked away from each other in panic. Okay. Her brother Conrad plunged the dagger into Thalio's back, as she and Varn looked away from each other in panic. Wait, who are you stabbing, buddy? There we go. Been stabbing. I mean, Orzine, you're never going to get shit from me for, like, spending cash on retro tech. You know, I have a Saturn that's ambiently around, which I used to just turn it on in the mornings to just have that kind of, like, spaceship hum. If I had the money, I'd do the same thing with a Dreamcast. Felenio mourns her husband, Jetland Cemetery, for 90 days. That seems important that we had to solve a puzzle to get in there. So I wonder... God. I was about to do that thing where I apologize for considering to bring our adventures to a close early. Because I may stop the stream in a little bit. I just looked over and we've been going for 6 hours. So I've actually done a proper day, rather than being a lazy crumb bum. Someone left the dirt texture on the road. That's quite funny. I'm so fucked. Fuck.
Need to make more adjustments to the serum.
Well, Nova, that's very kind of you to say. I did have to message somebody today, naming no names, but just to say that, like, no, I don't hate you. I'm not annoyed by your enthusiasm. I just work all the time. And what little time I do have, you know, I'm spending with Littlefire. Juggling multiple projects on top of the Longship, on top of, you know, trying to maintain a healthy relationship. It's really hard. I don't know if everyone else was already aware of how difficult it is, but it's really hard. So, I always appreciate that you lot get it, you know? Range. Oh. And then, Three's Charm. Okay, separated. Good deed started. What do you mean a good deed started? What good deed? No, key doesn't fit. Huh. Something weird going on here. Yeah, I guess we've super stumbled onto a quest. Oh, it's one of those, we've got to bring it down first. We've got to get up to get down, okay. So yeah, is there anything we haven't nattered on, friends, before we bring our adventures to a close? Like, farming this area is not a bad idea, right? We need the large shards. We can pop over to another region and pop back here for more mischief. I think I managed to... Yeah. The guy who was shooting at my arse earlier with curly whirlies, we jobbed him. That's good. Oh, yes, we went down that way. I went through... Oh, man. This place is a lovely maze. Let's get ourselves some new keys and all. Got a Redchester Ponder. And you know, the other thing I'm definitely thinking about is how...
December 23rd, 1992. I've had some time this past week to ruminate on the dial-locked doorway. If my assumptions about Lord Astor's family are correct, then I believe the second symbol represents his wife. Oddly, there is absolutely no mention of her in the records or any of the texts I've come across. A mystery, to be sure. Following through, the third symbol likely represents Lord Astor's son and heir, of whom he was known to have said the following. Conrad, my loyal son, steadfast and cunning, the fierce lion, the future of this house, boldly seizing his destiny to carry the Astor name into eternity. I will meditate on this and continue my musings as time allows.
Interesting. Interesting. Family first, mystery discovered. Oh shit! Got some spooky ass underground nonsense! Okay, so we have a dial lock. And then further down here, Jesus, Will finds all the puzzles. We have another one that may or may not be unlocked by research. And what the fuck is this? Via Nova, you're right. You're right. I mean, shit. Maybe if things go very good over the winter, maybe I can actually work at taking some time off and like it actually being good this time, rather than like, you know, my descent into madness through unresolved nonsense like last time I tried to take time off. Sorry, for those who... after Longship Day, I strived to take some time off, have a little staycation and a rest. It ultimately resulted into me kind of unraveling. And I haven't really attempted to take anything that resembles formal time off since. But who knows, maybe external assistance might stop me from being a fucking disaster. Nods in mods. Hey, it's not on you lot. There's only so much you can do, right? Fair. You know, you right, Nova, you right. You know, you can't run hot for years, and then when you finally stop, then be like, why aren't I immediately fixed and okay? Yeah. That's my calling, my designation. I am the Longship's personal disaster. I aim to be a voice of comfort and a calamitous warning as to what could happen if you don't close your Jira tickets. A grim fable for young game devs. Ah, did you hear what happened to Will? Or if you don't sort your shit out, you'll end up like him. Alright, friends. I'm going to bring our adventures to a close, but I want to do it from a slightly less kind of spooky, weird spot. So... Oh, actually, do we have anything we can research real quick?
Anything out there?
So I think we did. Ah, yes.
Nice find. Let's run it through the database.
The pocket watch. Rather unconventional watch bears the insignia of the Zeal Council, a mysterious organization whose fingerprints are all over Hadia. This is the conspiracy. The body of the watch bears no discernible buttons or controls, other than a simple 5-digit mechanism that counts up automatically every day. The inscription above the dial reads 12,045 days, equating to precisely 33 years. Its entire purpose seems to be a simple counter to mark every 33rd year. Whoever this watch belonged to was keenly interested in the events of January 1st, 1993. 26 days ago. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, let's go to Lake Canyon. I fucking love Lake Canyon. If we're going to do credits, we'll do them over by the nice blue fields. Why does it say ensure that all possible NPCs end up at Lake Canyon? Who's here? What the fuck?
It's been 84 months, and I can still smell the fresh paint. The china had never been used. The sheets had never been slept in. The Longship was called the Ship of Dreams, and it was. It really was.
Aww. Beautiful, but haunting. Sean, heckin' thank you. 84 months. And at a 2. We've been throwing $10 a month at my dumbass for, let me check my calculations, 1,000 years. So I wonder who's here?
I still feel like I don't deserve to be here. Why do I get to live while so many suffered? I'm glad to see Rebecca is safe. Our generation is lost, but hers might still be able to stop the cycle of hate.
Okay. It's... Huh. I guess a bunch of people who we saved from earlier regions all got here like they were supposed to. That's a full bottle of mead.
I'm glad to see you again, my son.
Hey!
It's very peaceful here. A stark contrast from the rest of Hadia.
I'm glad you make it. How are things?
Oh, I'm glad you made it here. How are things?
Good. It's as if Satharas himself created Lake Sinan. It's so peaceful. The birds, the waterfalls, crystal clear water, and the flowers.
Scotty, how do you have fancy tequila bottle on? You know what? Never mind. But yeah, so Sean, like, how you doing? What's been going down? I'm going to be bringing our adventures to a close in a little bit, but I have the conversational equivalent of time for a shot for the road. I came back here to close out the stream, and the priest from the beginning who was being tortured on a plinth, and his shell-shocked, traumatized daughter, niece, have made it here along with a bunch of other folks. I got an achievement that everybody who should have made it to the lake did.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So I'm feeling like I actually did some fucking good in the world.
What about the what about the dog?
Dog is fine. The only person who so far isn't fine was the guy who found his daughter in a mass grave.
Did we see the dog?
No, but
So we haven't seen the dog since you let it off to run home.
The dog is fine.
Hundreds of miles
The
away.
dog is fine.
So we haven't actually seen the dog, so you don't know that it's fine. Okay. We don't know that. Nova, don't lie to me. We don't know that.
The dog is fine. Also, the Jägermeister juice box might be the most horrifying concept. Sean is back from the motherland for a bit. Been home a couple of weeks. Brought the suitcase full of Walker's Crisps, Smarties, good shout. Frazzles, yes!
The dog is now an optional boss.
God, it's Sif all over again. Mince pies, which they don't. Okay, you can get mince pies over here. You can't get hot cross buns in the US. What the fuck?
That's a whole lot of words.
Proper tea.
I don't even know what any of that means.
And you have managed to summon Fred at the same time.
It is the ideal place for Rebecca and I to heal our wounds. I was surprised to see the reservoir emptied. I don't know what lies beneath, and I don't care to find out. Both Rebecca and I will be staying here until the war is over.
Okay, we'll definitely have to go talk to Rebecca and see how it be. But yeah, Sean, one small aside, which I'm very, very proud of, is I wouldn't claim it to be great, but my first foray into making like a good British style curry was this week, and it went good. It wasn't a disaster like my previous curries.
Just really.
So how is Rebecca doing?
How is Rebecca doing?
When we arrived here, she slipped into a deep sleep. I think she hadn't slept like that in so long.
Fred, well done.
She is obviously in a great deal of pain. She hasn't opened up about the explosion that took the lives of her parents and little brother. I will give her the time and space. Right now, all she needs to do is enjoy the peaceful surroundings.
Okay. So that's the second group of people that we've directly helped, which is lovely. If you haven't seen much of this game, the other group that we helped... Puppy! He's fine!
What?
The puppy is fine!
Oh, let me see. What happened?
We turn around the corner, and there's the dog with the little girl.
Okay, see? Answers my question. At least the game answers my question, because you lied to me.
I didn't lie!
You lied. You didn't know. Yeah, for now.
Finally
Look at it.
landed
He's
here.
seen some shit.
Oh yeah, no, they've all seen some
No,
shit.
look at that dog is traumatized. That dog has PTSD.
Yeah. So does the child.
Yeah, that's less important.
Way more meaningful than I remembered.
So how's your uncle doing?
Is your uncle gonna be okay?
I think so. We pray to Sethris a lot. Uncle Jaffer likes to do that. He's always happier afterwards. And it makes me happy too. I wish that Sethris could stop all the bad stuff from happening. But, Uncle Jaffer says it doesn't work like that.
Also, slight bug. It hasn't updated the dog's model. So the dog is still distance low poly, not close up. So could this be the new JPEG of a dog 2025?
He said we need to take responsibility for.
It's not a ghost, Fred. Shut up. The dog is fine.
Help us all.
Okay, so what happened in Jova?
What happened to you in Jova?
I don't want to talk about Jova anymore.
That's okay. And are you gonna be okay?
Are you gonna be okay?
Yeah. I think about them a lot. Especially my baby brother. I miss them. I have less nightmares here, though. Uncle Jafford told me Lake Sinan would help me forget the bad memories.
Note that he is making monk strength mead.
Soon, I'll only remember the good ones. Like when my brother and I used to play games in the treehouse.
Okay. Yeah, see here they both have like low poly distance models. Though she looks at the camera every now and then, which is slightly unnerving. But when we go into conversation with her high poly model, there isn't a high poly for the dog. Maybe they didn't expect people to say the dog. Ooh! Ah, now where was the rose chest? Father Jaffa, best thought to leave this here, away from prying eyes. The men in black have returned again, and even more brazen than last time. I don't know what they are looking for, but I fear they will not stop. The sanctity of the Abbey means nothing to them, and they care naught for our histories and traditions. After I left, I took what artifacts I could and stowed them away in the cliffside alcoves, northeast of the Abbey. You know the one. It's not much, but yeah, curse me if I let those heathens take any more of our sacred relics. Brother Milos. Interesting. Let's have a quick look around and see if there's anybody else here, but yeah. This is considering that this game has been like fucking heavy as a Guinness dinner. It's nice to be able to have a moment to end a stream on a high note. If this is following the Kojima storytelling style, we still have at least like one emotional character gut punch and one conspiracy reveal punch to go. We should probably go and find that old couple as well, see if they're still about, now that we know that their dog is okay. But this is where I'm going to bring our adventures to a close. Sean, it's always good to see you, mate. Sorry to wrap things up as you got on in, but thus is the unfortunate nature of the world of streaming. And you know what? I know where we're going to go after this. There aren't too many choices of where to head. Most of you already know Barry, but I figure Barry went to great lengths to bring us a gigantic raid the other day, so least we can do is pop on over there. Were you going to say... Did you have a person, or were you just coming to say hi? Okay. So, hang on, let me resume, because... You know, we went to great lengths to come to this lovely little spot. Yeah, we'll go hang with Barry. It's only because all of my other friendos, who I would usually go into, are playing games I do not wish to see spoilt, like Hades 2 and Baby Legs. Baby Steps. No, Baby Legs is the skit from Rick and Morty. Anyway. Friends, I hope you've had a lovely day. This has just been high thought, arty talk, great games and great company. You know? It makes me very, very happy that the baseline on the Longship, even when it's not bombastic, is still real good. Yeah. Another reminder that if you have not, please, any Steam Next Fest demos that you've enjoyed, tell people about them, add it to your wish list, and leave a review on the demo. I believe Next Fest is going to the weekend, and it's getting to the point now where the good games are starting to get filtered out to folks. and the less desirable ones are starting to drop to the bottom of the pile. You know, you can help an indie today, so please consider that. So yeah, seriously, friends, thank you so much for everything you've chucked in, everything you've done, the conversation, the banter, and the company. As I said, you lot are just be a unhinged Brit talking to himself in a small room. So, fucking wee. Right. So, whether you were celebrating the full 84 months, whether you were gifted a sub by House Carl, or anything in between, I would like to say thank you to Kimball, Scotty Doggy, Kestrel, Veerman, Commander Squeaks, Verdentash, Kaze Miriel, Ruined Dextenariator, Zeke, DJ Coyle, Chroma Capybara, and Sean Peoples. Thank you all. To Eriman, the Mental Monk, Scotty Doggy, Favor 6, Some Numbers, and Akari 0. I can't say this enough, but I'm going to try and find the upper limit of saying thank you. Bits and donations are why I'm still sitting here. Thank you. To Caffeine, Nova, Rhymes and Moose, and Tal, thank you for being the stalwart sword and the voice in the shadows, you fucking legends. And last but by no means least, Kestrel North, thank you for bringing the raid in. That's really heckin' cool of you. Alright? And if you all aren't following Kestrel, you should. Kestrel knows how to get up in the morning. I don't. But that's it from me, friends. I'm going to throw you over to Barry. Barry's playing some Ace Attorney. And yeah, that's it. Like, sorry to end on a kapow, but I don't have a grand sign-off. I don't know what we are going to be doing specifically, but tomorrow is going to be a Longship After Dark. So we might find some specialties from the Steam Next Fest, or we're going to go into the Little Fire Special Reserve and pick forth something really good. So remember, friends, you can play spooky games all year round. You don't have to be a coward and wait till October. We're going to be busting out the good stuff tomorrow. I still don't know what yet. I'll see how our vibes are. But I'll pre-install a few from the collection. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's it from us.
To do your proper outro.
I'm trying. I haven't said kapow yet, but I did say it when I went to go pick you up. So apparently it's like a tick, I guess, or a reflex. Kapow. Yeah, no, Fred, that's how I knew I needed to sign off. To make a run for it before you can trace my location. Brought to heel for my war crimes. Mm-hmm. What a line to end on.